Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. That's much better. I thought, was there no coffee made out this morning? Sandy, so what are you doing to the people? Good morning and a very warm welcome to COOi Sustainability Born to Succeed branch. My name is Mbalentis Tole and I will be your program director for this morning. It's an absolute privilege to be with you this morning to speak all things sustainability, entrepreneurship, and my absolute favorite, women empowerment. Can someone say Womanda? Yeah, now you guys are like, yeah, Womanda. Absolutely, absolutely. As some of you may know, Born to Succeed is an NPO that was started by Sandy COOi. And really the objective of the heart behind it was to support young women, but also to address two very important issues that we know of in that of gender inequality as well as unemployment, right? South Africa can tell a lot about those two things. And I in particular am very privileged to have seen the fruit of the work that Sandy saw as well as the team do. So a couple of years ago, I won't say how many, just in case people start putting two and two together, but we started out, as young, bright-eyed females in the corporate world. I was at Tiger Brands, and she was a consultant on a project at Tiger Brands. And she then approached us to partner with her on one of the workshops that she does with the young ladies. So it's not something that you're seeing on posters today, something that is happening. And I'm told some of the beneficiaries, in fact, are sitting in the audience with us. So we've got to off the chest, guys. It's a real thing. It's a real thing, this thing. So I'm very excited to really be here today. So many of us are in the room today and you're looking really good in your Sunday best. For an early morning on the back end of town, yeah, you guys pull through. You pull through. However, we're not alone. We're also joined by some audience members that are streaming in live. So welcome to all of you online as well. We haven't forgotten about you. Very happy to have you. So folks, just some house rules to do with all the rudimentary stuff. Let's please ensure that our mobile phones are on silent. There's going to be a whole lot of information shared today, a whole lot of insight. So let's take notes wherever we can. And let's connect with others. I think 2 or 3 years ago, we were all yearning for human interaction, and you were yearning to be sitting shoulder to shoulder with someone. Well, today we have that opportunity, so let's not waste that. Let's connect with all of the other colleagues in the audience, as well as join the online conversation. So we do have a Twitter page or an X page or whatever it's going to be called when we wake up tomorrow morning, as well as Instagram. So join us on the COOi Studios Instagram and X. And just so that people know that we were here today, some of you I know you've asked for half-day leave, preaching to self. So the hashtags are hashtag COOi Sustainability Branch, as well as hashtag B2S Market Access. So let's start putting it out there and let's start the conversations going. We have a jam-packed program today, so I'll just give you a quick synopsis of what we can all look forward to today. However, you do also have a print out there. But in a few minutes, I'll call up Sandy COOi, who's the director of COOi Studios, just for an opening word around some of the initiatives of COOi Studios. Just a little bit after that, we'll have a keynote address by COOi Zigalala. I'm really looking forward to that one. And post that, we'll do a Q&A, so we'll give people an opportunity to ask some questions. You online as well, you will get an opportunity to ask some questions. We'll then take a little bit of a break. Post that, we'll be back with 2 exciting panels. We've got awesome panelists and moderators today. We'll have a Q&A, and then we'll close for lunch. Sounds good? Sounds like a plan? Awesome. So without further ado, I'd like to call up stage the director of COOi Studios, Sandy COOi. Could you please welcome her? Project.
Hello, thank you. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing today? So my name is Sandy. I'm the founder of COOi Studios. I'm not the CEO because I still mop the floors. I still live like that in the house. So that is how I still fix values in it for the past.
Sorry about that. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, sorted. Yeah.
But it's okay. Thank you so much. So I was just saying that I struggle to call myself a CEO because I do very much the menial task. And like I wish somebody told me that entrepreneurship means like people culture issues, people telling me that you're like a crappy boss. People telling me like all sorts of things about you, like you do marketing, you do like it's just a lot. But just really grateful to be an entrepreneur. I think South Africa is a country alive with possibilities. Haven't quite seen the possibilities yet, but I'm hoping that they will materialize one day. But I'm really just like really grateful to just be where I am today. And I think once COOi Studios is about 4 years old, so I thought it was enough time for us to actually just like just marvel at what we've done and what we've achieved. It hasn't been easy to get there. We started COOi just like 7 months before the pandemic, which obviously meant that I literally just knew no one, everyone asked me for a credential. I'm like, I don't have a credential. I just opened shop 7 months ago, so it's been quite a journey, but we're here today. So firstly, thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. We could have been anywhere else. There are people here that have got hectic diaries. I want to know I spoke them 2 weeks before to speak to them. Actually here today, so I'm just really grateful for everyone that is actually here. So thank you so much. I'm just going to tell you about COOi Studios. Unfortunately, COOi Studios did pay for everything. Once it's got no money. So I need to just talk about COOi Studios. Okay. Yeah, so like I said, we're about 4 years old in the business. I'm trying to get help me flip this thing. 4 years old in the business, and we are a design strategy innovation firm. And so what that means is that we help clients around thinking about their business problems, that be in financial services, that be in banking, that be in telecommunication, that be in mining, etc. So we operate across the multiple businesses. Lucky for you, I've pitched so many times. So even if the slides don't work, I will do the pitch really quickly. Okay, so and we will organizations, etc. And so I guess we are a design outfit. Like I said, we help them think of their business problems. We can help them come up with strategy. We also help them deliver technology. So we've got 3 teams now in this: design, strategy, and technology. So just some examples of the work we do. So we're trying to unpack a new. So you're trying to unpack a new industry. So we would help you understand if there's opportunity there or if there's no opportunity there. So we would go and understand users, we understand how much data access to data and internet that they have, what hardware devices they use, so we can apply technology solutions to them. We understand their day-to-day life, and so we're really spending a lot of time in understanding end users before we actually build products and solve. That's it. That what you're seeing right now is the clients that we've served. A lot of them are still very much current clients right now. A lot of them actually. So I think it's important that I mention that everyone that is speaking today, it's somebody that's actually helping like with the financial return. Like no one on the panel has not delivered on a financial return before. So I think it's quite important as entrepreneurs that people just like waste our time, just like dragging us along. Made sure that I brought on people actually can put their money where their mouth is. They've actually signed something off and gotten paid in some form or another. In some cases, it was not necessarily a financial transaction, but they invited me to come speak at a conference where I met like the CEO of something and then they moved to something. And even ticket to a conference, a P2P one, is about 13,000 rand already. So in essence, that is also a financial exchange for me. So the people that are here are people that actually are serious about helping entrepreneurs. So please do network as much as you can. Okay, so now I can speak about why we're here. So about 2 months ago, I went to a Moody's workshop. So a lot of corporates are speaking about ESG and how they're going to respond to climate change and all of these things. And I mean, as entrepreneurs, the small business, we like, yo, that is not our problem. Can I just get my bills paid? Can I just like get payroll sorted? And so a lot of us are actually not really like focusing on speaking to ESG, which is actually a detriment to your own business. So one of the things that I found was whenever I speak to people, because I'm always selling to people, is that when I speak to them, I don't them with my selling hats. And maybe people don't really want to work with me on COOi stuff, right? But maybe they want to sponsor like a women's coding program that I run. It speaks to them, whatever they're interested in. And so I realized that I need to diversify what I do in the market, not limit it just whenever you see something, it's going to sell you design work, it's going to sell you strategy work. So Won't Succeed is part of the way that I actually expand what I can contribute to society, not just only taking from people, but also just giving back and interacting with people on different spheres as well. And so when I went to this ESG program, I went about just forget right now, but how we need to take care of it right now. Like one of the things we struggle with in our business is like securing tech talent. So we hire a person, we train them up for like 1 year, they will get hired by an Oracle, get hired by Microsoft, and really as a small business, you actually can't compete on those rates. So you I don't want to say this, but you're highly likely that you're going to lose good people all the time, because at the end of the day, it is about the salary. So, and we're just struggling to build tech talent. And so what Won't Succeed is doing, one, it's helping me firstly, I guess, help other young women by exposing to people that have helped me, because I think we can all make the circle bigger. One day you will invite me to your thing where I will meet someone else that I didn't know, and then they'll give me a financial return. So I'm trying to make the circle bigger with the people that I know can really, do something for you. The second thing is around building our own tech talent. So we're doing a boot camp end of this year in KwaZulu-Natal. Myself and Ruby are from there, so sorry for people having. But it's literally because we want to try and get people to know about COOi from a young age. Because I don't know how to go to university. When I started, I said I want to work for Accenture. So when KPMG offered me a work contract or PwC or whatever, I was like, no. In fact, in my third year, Accenture declined my offer. And I said, I'm not joining any organization. So I went back and I did my honors. And I got them to pay for my honors at Accenture. And then I got them to employ me. Because if you meet these people on campus, at high school, at primary school, and I was there for 9 years, most people that join an organization that they've dreamt of joining since they were like in teens, they will most likely stay there because it was part of their dream being a 10. So we're doing this also because we need to just expose our talent. I'm probably speaking too much, so I'll be quick now. The other thing that we're doing is Innovation Directors Forum. So this speaks to just us trying to do other things outside of just selling, but which really contributing to the community. We know that innovation directors, Nakara is one of them, just head of product development and healthcare job on data. They really struggle with just doing innovative products. First, they struggle with working with small business, with startups, because when they say, I met the startup called COOi, because they seem really cool. Everyone's like, who have they done work for? Do we know them? It's so hard for them to just get us in the door. And then even once we're in the door, we all know that corporates are very opposed to change. So they struggle with just landing innovative solutions. And so the Innovation Directors Forum is literally built to just get innovation directors talking amongst themselves about what they're struggling with and then trying to find solutions amongst themselves. And of course, I hope that I'll get a deal at the end of the day. But that's not the last one is COOi Climate Tech. So Ulugen was there at the back. COOi Climate Tech was when we were just, we build a lot of toys in the studio. When I say toys, things that don't really, are not something you can put as a commercial product on the market. But we do it because we educate our clients about various technologies. And so what we do COOi Climate Tech is we took our in-house technology knowledge and we started building technology solutions. So and so that is part of it. Then under this whole umbrella, we formed COOi Sustainability. So that is pretty much COOi Sustainability. I have nothing else to share. I will be on the panel later. I'm just wondering how we're doing for time. See, it's 9. It's actually 30, so actually you can ask me a question because our next speaker is at 9:45. Any questions? Okay. Oh, you have one.
Yes, mine in particular. So I'd like to know how the recovery is going post the pandemic, right? You started 7 months prior to pandemic, you went into the pandemic, everybody had a slump. So how's, these past 2 to 3 years been? And what's the situation?
Like, I think what I'm seeing more and more in the market is everyone is strapped for cash. Like, everyone is strapped for cash. I was so excited when I saw the financial services results last year across all the banks. Actually, I think everyone did well in this last year. But what we're seeing this year is something completely different. Like, impairments are like up to a high. So impairments is basically people repaying your loans back. So people are retrenched, people are not making as much money, so they're failing to pay their loans. And so, and it's so funny because one of the things I started building was a financial services industry, like a capability. So we did work with the bank, we do work for Red Bank, and we do work for Obucha right now. But the problem, when I built it, was because I was trying to diversify my pool, and I was so excited. Yes, okay, financial services, we in. And now the results are coming up now, and it's like not what I was hoping for and imagining. So I think I think everyone is just so strapped for cash. I think people that you thought were going to do well are not doing as well as you like, as you thought they were going to do. I'm also just seeing a lot of like just to approve like a PO or a project is taking so long. So and I think it's because people are just very mindful of how they're spending their money nowadays. So before, if somebody needed just to have 2 approvals for a PO of like 1 million, it's probably gone to like 3 or 4 people to approve that. And so what that means for us is that, you definitely going to have cash flow issues because people are taking long to make decisions. And also just canceling stuff, right? So, and I need to be also fair to corporates and say, I mean, I understand when it's tight, you need to just cut things. And the first place you cut is people like professional services. So I'm definitely seeing like a negative shift. But I mean, it's just a little lot. And probably I'm giving you no economic landscape, but like, mining, I thought was doing really well, and it really was. I mean, coal price was up. Russia was not selling to anyone. What the mines are going through now is that Russia is selling. If the coal tonnage is like $100, they're selling it at $80. So obviously they're not going to buy coal from like the Exaros and the local companies. They're going to buy from a Russian company that's selling it for cheaper. So at last year, so again, coal was doing well. And I was like, okay, this is going to be our market. But today it's something different. There's some major issues around mining as well. Just like I think everyone's been hit by inflation. I think even though if this event costed you 1,000 rand, probably cost you 3,000 rand to put it all, which is quite problematic. One of the sectors we started was Nestle, which is a consumer goods company. So Nestle, when the Russia war hits, all their wheat comes from Ukraine. So, and everything is wheat. So they had to start making alternative, purchases or consumption or procurement of wheat. And what that meant was that they were not buying it at a carefully, or I want to say like really negotiated rate. They were buying it at a much higher rate. So what means is that consumer goods is now not doing well, and it's just it's and I know I'm saying only bleak things, but that's just the reality. So you think a sector is just going to go well, and then it doesn't go well. And I wish I could say that there was a sector that I can say like this one. Besides health, because people get sick, and when they get sick, they need super cells out anyway. But it's doing well because even telecommunications. I mean, telcos did so well in the pandemic. Everyone was on data. You saw the CEOs' bonuses were like hectic. But today, what we see is that people like telcos having to keep their towers up and running using fuel, diesel, which is not like an estimated cost before. So you can think they don't have money to do projects and stuff like that. So I feel like I just said bad news. Can somebody please share some good news? But that's just, I guess, the struggle. And so I think, maybe let me talk about my cancer about me. I think for me, like, how I've learned, firstly, I've learned how to be a much nicer person. I don't think I was this nice before I became an entrepreneur. And I say this because, like, it's so true. Like, the entrepreneurship will really test you. It will really test you, and you just gotta be nice to everyone. You just gotta be nice to everyone because you just never know who's gonna open that door for you. And it's much harder to do it pretending, and it's much easier to do it just naturally. So if you don't like people, train yourself to like people. Like ask people about their dogs, their cats. I do all sorts of things like just birthdays, etc. Like because you don't know. So I've learned to be a much nicer person, not only to people that buy from me, but I think even my employees as well. I don't know. Most of us are entrepreneurs. Gen Z's guys, those millennials. They will show you. They will tell you how they deserve X amount of money, and they will. But it's not, and I think I think we need to be fair to them. I think they've acquired skills that you and I didn't have at their age. So, and I think we need to honor that as well. And I think if you find the right ones that have got a good balance of hard work and resilience and determination, it actually works out. So I've obviously kissed a lot of frogs as well, like hired a lot of wrong people. But that's just because we didn't have an HR process. Like John would tell me, please hire my cousin, they don't have a job. I'll be like, sure, I'm gonna come through, bring him through on Monday. Not even interviewing people or not because Gerald said my cousin needs a job, give him a job, and you just do it, right? And I had to say, like, actually, no, I mean, I fired my own family member like last year because they just weren't cutting it. And so, unfortunately for us, we don't have room for failure as entrepreneurs because the minute Nikara says in the boardroom that there's a startup that she wants to work with, you're already sitting on negative. So everyone thinks you're going to fail or whatever you've been assigned to do. And so we actually have no room for failure as entrepreneurs. Also, like an unfair expectation, but it is what it is, right? Because the corporates can make a huge mistake. Like, look at Marikana. There's so many corporate mistakes that have happened, but they won't get as penalized as we do. So it's also just like quite unfortunate that we're in that bucket. So yeah, I've spoken a lot. But if somebody has good news, please share it with us. Okay, thank you. I'm going to. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
I started employment because there was a high youth unemployment rate. I mean, I can imagine not being given an opportunity because of your past mistakes. And I feel everyone in life needs to be given an opportunity, even the second opportunity. And so being able to develop women in various skills, that being computers, that being writing, that being whatever, just to get them in the door, was something that I thought was an easy thing for us to do. And so I gathered a couple of young women that all had the same passion and wanting to make an impact. And so we worked on this program and developed it, and it's been 10 years since, and looking forward to expanding it even further.
My name is COOi. I'm originally from KZN, but I moved to Joburg, Soweto specifically, because I wanted job opportunities, and at the moment I do stay in Soweto. My life before Born to Succeed, in essence what happened is that I studied, and then I completed my studies and started my internship. However, right in the middle of my internship, I had a huge personal crisis, and as a result I had to stop and I had to go back home for quite some time. And thereafter I found it extremely difficult to get back into the job market because I had an incomplete internship. So I wasn't fresh out of varsity, but I didn't have a complete internship, so I was like in between. So I was not a potential person for anybody. And for a good 2 years, I just absolutely couldn't get a job at all.
My name is Cindy Swamuni. I joined Born to Sex in 2014. The program came around when I was in a very difficult stage of my life. I would not say I had a difficult childhood because I grew up very comfortably. My parents always tried to provide all the necessary things that I needed, which made me an overachiever, and then I couldn't deal well with faith. So in 2012, I was doing very well in my career. I was already an admin manager at the age of 25. But I unfortunately lost my job, which then put me into a state of depression. Although I was never diagnosed medically that I'm depressed, but look at it now, because I'm in a better place, I can see that I was depressed. The symptoms, I think I tick 80% of the symptoms that describe a person who's depressed at that point in my life. So yeah, Want to Succeed really helped me. It helped my outlook in life. It helped me on how to view challenges.
Okay, my name is Kensani Goveni. I'm 22 years of age. And then in 2012, I completed my matric in Beginner Secondary School in Alexander. That's where I grew up. And then after 2013, I got a job in sports bets in Invale. That's where I became pregnant and I had to quit the job. So in 2014, I relocated with my boyfriend. At that time, I could say I already gave up because I couldn't find any job and I didn't have any experience of what I want. And I couldn't complete my studies, like go further with it. So on 2015, that's when I saw the program on Facebook, the Born to Succeed program. I saw one of my friends there, Cheryl. I saw her, she posted something and I felt interested on it. So I said, okay, let me just join the Born to Succeed. I went to the conference and then in the conference it was nice. I learned a lot. I met new people. I had a new experience and then actually I became more interested and eager to go there more.
Hi, my name is Lufuna Mdau. I am a vendor. I come from Tando. I was born in a family of 5 siblings. My mother raised us up as a single mother, and she did her best so that we can just grow and go to school. I passed my matric in 2004 and I was doing very well. I went to University of Venda, do my first year and second year environmental science, but unfortunately because of funds, I couldn't proceed and finish my studies. Then I dropped off. From there, I gave birth to a baby girl in 2006 December, and then 2007, the whole year I was at home and I was not doing anything. I was so frustrated with life. And then I came to Pretoria in 2008 in search for a job. It was not easy for me having a grade 12 only, and I was not fit enough. I was never mentored, and there was no one to talk to, so I just had to live on my own. When I got here, I got a job at Spa, which I was working, and then I worked there for 3 months because I was just filling in for someone else. And then I started working at a salon as good with her so that I can make a living. And as I was proceeding to look for a job, a friend of mine, Ndibuo Makanagese, invited me for a conference at Born to Succeed in 2013. That time I was frustrated and I was about to give up, and she knew very well that I was having a hard time. I couldn't get a job and we just go around together dropping CVs. I went there as for fun, but when I got there, what I found was, you know what, I found myself there. I was the person who was supposed to be there. It was like I was chosen to be there at that day.
Thank you. I must apologize for the poor videos, but these were taken a while ago. It was me behind the camera. I edited everything, and we had like just me and my daughter now walking around going to Soweto, going to the various parts where these ladies were. And then I thought it was just important to show that this is not like I'm not putting that. So I'm going to get Lufuna to tell you just a little bit about her story, and then we'll continue to the next video.
I will just take over from the video. So after when we were attending the mentorship program that was first 12 months, I got a learnership, an end user learnership, and I started attending the learnership. I didn't have much, and I also didn't have the resources. So Sandiso made sure that I do have a laptop at home so that I can do my practices, and that was one of the things that made me fail, maybe because I didn't have anything that I would use to practice other than when we were at the college. After that, I was fit enough to go to the corporate world because I knew myself now. I knew where do I need to start. If I have any problems, do I need to consult somebody so that she can be able to advise me of anything that I need to do. If I have an interview, how am I going to communicate? How am I going to sell myself so that I can be taken up, so that I can be chosen and be given a position. Then I started working contracts here and out, and it was not working out as you need to be patient in the corporate world. It's not easy. I got another learnership that was for technical support. I attended it with Talk IT, and I remember Sandiso didn't even know. I met with her when I was coming from Talk IT at the bus station, Catherine bus station, and she was so happy to see me that I am continuing where I started. The seed was sown, and here today I am. I am born to succeed. So I decided afterwards that I'm gonna go back to school. I started working at SSA and they were giving me contracts over and over. So I went back to school, and my first year it was very hard. I remember because they took me at UNISA, I registered for one module because I didn't have money. But the second year I applied for a bursary, and the Department of Arts and Culture said, you know what, let's give her a chance. By that time I was over 30. Remember, I am growing, and most of the bursaries sometimes they will say, no, with age and all that, we cannot take you. But they took me in, and I took 10 modules. It is very difficult with UNISA, especially when you are working and you are a mother. It was hectic, but I was passing with distinctions. UNISA said, you know what, your third year we will fund you. 10 distinctions. I graduated this year, and I contacted Sandiso. I said, Sandiso, I am done with my degree. This is what I wanted, and I am here. And I'm registered for honors. I have a bursary, I am paying. And also, I was lucky enough, 2021, FNB was hiring, and I was one of the interviewees that they took in. And I got the job, it was a contract, and in 2022, they decided to give me a permanent job, and I am a claims administrator at FNB. And November 2022, they said, Lukuma, you are our best employee, we will take you to Dubai. So just a village girl from Limpopo, a village girl from Limpopo who came to Gauteng not knowing that there was something waiting for her there. Sandiso was just an angel, a Born to Succeed initiative. When she started it, I don't think she even knew how powerful it will be. So I am here, standing here today because of Born to Succeed. I was born again, and I am here, I'm still going further. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I don't have anything else to say. I think I've spoken a lot. If there's any questions, anyone else? Done.
I actually have one for Lufuno. Lufuno, sorry to make you look back. Can we take the mic back to her? Since you're speaking so well, I think you should continue. So I like what you said about how Sandiso and Born to Succeed has really, fed into your life and poured into you. And I think she mentioned it in her opening address about giving back. So I'd like to know, what are you now doing with Uno, who's gone through this entire process, who's been lucky enough to have mentors, because not everybody has mentors when they're starting out in their career. What is it that you are doing to give back, or what are you planning on doing to pay for?
All right, so at where I am working now, the department that I am working on is a high pressure environment. So there are mentorship programs that you join if you want to mentor anyone. So what I do is that I raised my hand and said, you know what, everyone who comes in, I will mentor them. I will show them how do we grow. And in that environment, because it's high pressure, there's stress, there's anxiety, there's depression, there's a lot of things that goes around there because you are working with clients. You need to give them back whatever that they need, and you need to maintain and stay calm and be professional. So in most cases, you find that because we are stressed, we don't know how to go further with that. Then I am there to mentor you. This is how I did it. And this is how I think we can do it so that we can move forward, so that you are happy. When you come into this space where you are working the whole day, you're spending 8 hours there. That's a lot. So how do we then maintain that you are happy, and when you go back home, you are not frustrated? So I have stepped up and said, I was mentored to be here, and I know the hardships of getting here. Let me help everyone else who is coming in, because some people, they do not have the experience of saying this is the hardship that I've went through. So I am there for them.
Thank you so much. That's my session now. No more questions. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. We are trying to get the and team online. She unfortunately can't be here virtual. She will not succeed. We will just break early on. We will have a discussion. Why they be giving a PO. So we'll just do that. So, any other of you are able to join?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's for now.
It's my mic on. Just the hashtags that we're using today, we did indicate that we are on X, PB Studios, as well as on Instagram. So please let's get the conversation started. Hashtag is hashtag COOi Sustainability Branch. So you can use that to get the conversation started, as well as hashtag B2S Market Access. We're working for a tech startup, so the techies will start checking whether or not we're putting the word out there. I think what's really nice about having a live audience is that we're interact. And I think it might be nice to, after hearing Sandiso and her journey, after hearing what Mufuna has to say and how she has actually reached quite a lot from the support, and challenge anybody who wants to share a story of how they've been mentored. Not all at once. Come now. You experience in terms of being mentored in your industry. Could you maybe share one or two things around mentorship and how that's really helped? We're trying to encourage people today that when we leave here, we really think within our own spaces, how can we pay it forward, right? And you don't have to start a born to sit on is Sunday, so but I think it's very important that wherever we are in our own spaces, right? You've got little sisters, you've got cousins, you've got younger brothers, you go to a church, looking out for opportunities as to how we can build each other. So I'm putting you on the spot now. Lazy moms. Can we get a mic? We have one of the just get to know how I'm pulling my Oprah Winfrey / Felicia Mabuza Sato here.
Morning, everyone. So my name is Morao.
Yes, please influence.
Hi, everyone. My name is Morao. I am a chef, an entrepreneur, and an author. And I have enjoyed. I have, mentorship has opened many doors for me.
Yeah.
So I started off in corporate, and then I decided to pursue entrepreneurship. I think that mentorship has truly shaped the kind of entrepreneur I became, more importantly, the kind of.
Yeah.
So I believe very much in South African cuisine, and that's the kind of food that I put out there.
Yeah.
And I think that was greatly influenced by the late Mama Dora, who was a food editor for every single magazine in the country. She believed in really South African food, and I went on to pursue that actually because of her influence.
So for somebody who isn't like a Lafuna, a friend told me, okay, there's a 4 to 16 program, how does one go about approaching a mentor?
I think that we're very fortunate to be living in this digital age. It's become easier than ever to contact whoever you want to mentor you. I think we also need to kind of come to terms with the fact that mentorship isn't just in person, actually connecting over coffee with a person. Oprah can mentor you. That's through following them online, through reading the many books, the many resources that exist online. So I think there's more than one way to kind of benefit from mentorship without it having to include you actually meeting them in person. Yeah.
Awesome. I think we need to add speaker to to the list of things on your list. Thank you so much. You've been a great sport. Kinsani, are we able to pick up our keynote address? All right. Perhaps we can take a little bit of a break, get some refreshments while we're trying to get the next speaker out. Thanks so much.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what is it done?
Okay.
It locked me.
To respond. Hi, you can speak today? Okay, let me press the phone.
Rough.
Buddy's mic on to speak today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think. Oh, online.
Just to check that it's working.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Galala.
Hi, just can hear us. Backstage, thank you, buddy. Let's put your camera on.
It disconnected and now it's giving me issues.
Okay, alright. Where's the camera?
There it is.
Can you please put them on? It's showing black and white, the camera. Why? Just put them on.
Alright, perfect.
She just turned it off.
Hi, the black and white because we're hiding it, but it's available. Okay. You can see us when you can do the color. This one just speaks to you.
Hello? How are you? Okay, no problem. You're too busy positioning herself. No, I turned it off. She asked me to turn it off. But she could see herself, so she was like, "Can you please turn it off so I can position myself." She asked me, "Can you please turn it off?" Stop. Oh, I don't have enough space anymore. What she just said, I must wait till she's positioning herself. Positioning herself. She was like, "Please hide me." Positioning herself.
It's not perfect, but it's going.
The thing is that do not happen. The laptop cut out and it moved all the slides. So I had to quickly put them back in. But I got them back in again. Sandy Suspanelo? It's Kensani. Hi. Okay. Yes. Yeah, I can see your camera, so you can give me a thumbs up when you're ready. No problem. Pardon? Yes, somebody's going to do the intro first. No problem.
Right.
Right. So she's ready. She's waiting.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you back into the auditorium for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's not make our way back to our seats so we can start with the next section.
Nothing obvious.
Wait. Wait, get up.
Please thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Can we start making our way to the auditorium? Start making our way to the auditorium. Our keynote speaker is ready to go. Let's all grab our refreshments and come and take a seat. Welcome, welcome to those that have just arrived. Awesome. Now that we've all taken a little bit of a leg stretch, I hope the people online did the same. I think in the past 2 years, we've figured out how to get up, go to the loo, get a coffee, stretch your legs, and come back all in the blink of an eye. So I hope our online audience are joining us again. I'd like to call upon Sandy to introduce our keynote speaker. Sandy, take it away.
Hi everyone. Once again, I promise I think it's the second to last time that I speak today. So if I don't know where to go right now. But I really wanted to specifically introduce Mpumi. I really wanted to just personally introduce Mpumi because I met Mpumi at the beginning of this year at Mandela Mining in Daba event. She didn't know me. An exec came to her and said, I'd like you to meet Sandiso. I'd like her to tell you what she does and then seek this opportunity for her. I told him what I do, and then she immediately, you need to meet this guy. She pulled the whole team up and they're like, come meet Sandiso. And subsequently to that, I've had meetings with her team. We're doing a study with her team and one of her minds. She really didn't even know I was going to do really bad work or good work. She just was like, I'll trust the process and I'll just let give this lady an opportunity. So I think as a CEO, it's kind of hard to do. And I think also just being a black CEO as well, because everyone is watching you, like the suppliers you bring on, are they going to make a mess? Are they going to be successful? I think there's so much scrutiny on them. And I think for her as a black female, just to just give me an opportunity just like that. I mean, the first time that I went to her mind, I was so humbled because I was like, no one's ever paid for a flight for me to go to a client to do just a business development conversation. They flew myself to just go and meet her team to just speak about what we could potentially do together. And I was forever grateful, just, booking flights, car rentals, a hotel, etc. Maybe it's a mining industry thing, but I was just really, really humbled that somebody can avail that opportunity for me without even having secured any, work from that. That's just her saying, we may or may not work with you, but just come see us at our mine and let's see how it goes. So really, Umi, thank you so much. And I believe this only for myself, but other people. So I'm so actually I'm for you guys with this. But at least now you know I've got the connection to Umi, right? So you can speak to me afterwards if you want to connect with her. But yeah, Umi, thank you so much. I won't be here to thank you after your talk because Vanya will probably thank you, and she'll just spend some time in the Q&A. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mbali. Thank you so much for the introduction. Can I just check if you can hear me?
Yes.
I see the thumbs up. Thank you so much. So thank you so much again for that introduction. And ladies, and I'm sure there's a few gentlemen in the room. I can only see the ladies that are sitting in front. It's absolutely an honor for me to essentially be addressing you today. And I do want to say a big thank you to Sandiso for inviting me to join you. Apologies up front that I couldn't join you in person. Ideally, I would have wanted to join you in person, but unfortunately, there are other things that require me to be here, and it would have been difficult to juggle to make it there. I do feel like I've missed out on the morning session because when I looked at the agenda, I was absolutely wowed. And I'm actually looking forward, and Sandy Sosisi, I'm going to wait for you to tell me about the actual events of the whole day, because it's one of those where I feel like I'm missing out by not being in the room with a group of wonderful women. So I'm excited to be with you to focus on a topic that's very close to my heart. Don't worry about the voice. I've got a little bit of the beginnings of flu. And my theme today is going to be on gender equity and the action that leaders and businesses can take to foster it. That I believe is the way to build a society that is not only diverse and inclusive, but one where women actually truly feel that they belong in all the different segments of society. So I did want to start by differentiating, and I'm sure that all of you have read about this, but I certainly went back and read about this again this morning. I wanted to differentiate between gender equality, which is what all of us aspire to get to, and gender equity. And I'll read directly in terms of what I got when I read about it, and I'm sure it will resonate with all of you. So gender equality refers to equal outcomes for men, women, and other gender diverse people, because I don't want us to leave them behind. However, gender equity is the process to achieve gender equality. And I'm sure that all of us have seen this diagram that shows people standing on the same platform, and an indication that because of the initial stages of inequalities that they start with, unfortunately, that doesn't get them to ultimately realize the same opportunities. So equity makes it possible for those people that come from different backgrounds to actually achieve similar outcomes. I'm sure that you've spoken about it, but I did want to start by defining it, because I think sometimes people say, hey, we've got equal opportunities, but if you don't start from the same foundation or from the same position, doesn't mean to say that you'll be able to get to the outcomes that you want to get to. So equity is the process that helps us in terms of getting to that. So gender, clearly equality, if we all look at what it is that's defined by, the human rights, etc., it's enshrined in our constitution, but the truth is that progress towards the achievement of gender equality in our country has been slower than what all of us would have wanted it to be. Millions of women continue to be the most disadvantaged members of our society due to a whole lot of factors. So whether you look at poverty, you look at lack of skills, lack of equal access to different opportunities. And that's why we do have to talk about equity and continue talking about it, not only during Women's Month, but to be fair, it's something that we should always talk about. So I know that on paper, when we look at the different policies that we have, whether we're talking about employment equity, triple BE, etc., things look pretty good because we've got the enabling mechanisms that should help us in terms of achieving this, but we are not there. And that just goes to show that equal opportunities aren't enough. and that those do not necessarily translate to equality, and we do need to look at equity as a result of that. So why are equal opportunities not enough? For me, imagine a puzzle with many different pieces, with each piece representing a different person with their own ideas and experiences. Every piece is a different size, a different shape, a different color. As we all know, I'm sure that all of us have done puzzles at some point. Well, true diversity takes all of those pieces and fits them together. Amongst each and every piece, they have to come together. And ultimately, that's what gets us to the full picture, which is ultimately what all of us aspire to when we do the puzzle, because we want to put all those different pieces together and get to the overall picture. Unfortunately, when one of those pieces is not there, you can't complete the puzzle. So true diversity requires different things to come together for us to get to that ultimate picture, which is where we all aspire to get to from an equality perspective. Well, someone needs to fit those pieces together. Someone needs to take the action to ensure that every piece is in its rightful place. So simply saying yes to diversity isn't going to magically build the puzzle for you. Somebody needs to put those different pieces together. Well, I'd like to share a little bit of my story as an illustration and then come back and talk about the topic. So I'm a traditional Zulu girl. I grew up in a small town of Vryheid. It's called Ebeguzulu, Ebakolusini. You can see or you can hear that those cues are deep, 100% deep Zulu. And when I was young, I actually didn't know what engineering was. I aspired to be a doctor. Even though I grew up in a small mining town, because we clearly had mines close to where I worked. You know, we had Klobane, we had Coronation, and there were coal mines in those areas. I actually didn't want to be a miner. And I didn't really understand what it is that's required or that was required within that specific industry. And clearly all of us grew up, or at least those that were in my generation. I'm not the grade 12 generation and the previous one. You know, you knew you either wanted to be a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, etc. And that's where I came from. I was only exposed to engineering in my final year of high school, so in matric, when a group of different people from Anglo-American came to my school to tell us about career guidance. And when they told us about, and clearly Anglo-American focuses on mining, and that's the company that I form part of even today. So when they told us about the skill sets that were required, they told us about engineering, and clearly I became curious for a whole lot of reasons. And one of the key reasons was the fact that they spoke about the fact that engineering is difficult. They spoke about the fact that, you know, the mining industry didn't have a lot of women at the time, and they were looking at people who actually wanted to join and form part of that journey of growing within the mining industry. Sort of made sense to me because it clearly came with the bursary as well. And I'm the fourth born. I've got 3 older sisters, and my parents were actually paying for 2 of my sisters at university. So it sort of made sense as well, because clearly it also sorted out the issue of fees for me. What I liked about clearly what they said was the fact that, yes, I've said it, engineering is difficult and it requires resilient people. It was also the fact that they spoke about the fact that the industry was going through its own transformation journey, and that the company at large was actually supportive of the journey that needed to be embarked on. And the fact that they weren't just starting with my group that done a similar thing in the previous years, which told me that clearly this is something that the company was essentially committed to. So for me, Anglo-American became intentional about driving equality through looking at things that needed to be put in place to essentially get to that ideal state. I initially wanted to be a miner. My father was not very excited because clearly one of the perceptions that were there around mining there was that miners sometimes go to work and they either come out with coal dust or they actually don't come out at all. So I then had to look at what else I could study within the mining industry, and ultimately selected chemical engineering, which is a long story on its own. It's a story for another day. But I was actually excited about joining an industry that was on its own transformation journey, and more importantly, a company that was intentional about what it is that it wanted to achieve. When I finally joined, and I did VEC work in between, but when I finally joined post completing my degree, you could count in one hand the number of women engineers that we had at the mine. And here I'm covering all the different spheres of engineering, whether it's mining, electrical, mechanical, metallurgy, etc. There weren't really a lot of us. So women didn't really have the same opportunities as their male counterparts, clearly historically, and it's something that we've spoken about as the mining industry altogether. And I felt that I had to work twice as hard to prove that I was capable. And in talking to the few other females that were there, they shared the same story as well, because all of us felt that, you know what, you've got to work twice as hard to make sure that it's not just about you, but it's about shaping the industry for future generations. So for me, I felt a strong responsibility that failure was just not an option, particularly considering that the company was intentional. I felt that I had to pull or bring my part as well. Transitioning into the industry was interesting. I'm not going to say tough, I'm going to say interesting. Because clearly, coming from a traditional Zulu household, it was difficult to walk around the mine and call people by name, because that's not what I was taught growing up. So I had to figure out how to actually fit into the industry and actually build my own level of assertiveness. And I'll say assertiveness for a reason, because sometimes people think that you've got to be aggressive to show that you can do the same thing. I don't think so. I think you just need to be assertive and not lose the true sense of yourself. If you ever lose the true sense of being yourself, there's a fundamental issue. And clearly, I went through a phase of trying to find that for myself. So I did go into the stage where I thought, well, because miners most probably saw back in the days, I felt that maybe I need to swear a little bit to fit in. And I was humbled when I went home and almost used the swear word with my mother, because that's not allowed in my household. And I am a proud Zulu woman, and I remain a proud one even now. And that for me was then a reminder that I needed to fit in without losing the essence of myself, which was a fantastic lesson. And it's a lesson that I'd always advise everybody to look at, irrespective of where you are, because the last thing that you ever want to do is to lose the essence of you being true to yourself. You do that, there's a bigger issue, clearly. So it was an interesting one. And what was fantastic for me was the whole essence of having fantastic coaches and mentors. And I've had a whole lot of those throughout my journey. My first one was a guy by the name of Hendrik Machina, who was fantastic because he told me about the essence of saying, you know what, Mpumi, you want to grow within the industry, but don't lose yourself. And he helped me through that journey. Another very fantastic mentor for me was another guy called David Nuku, who gave me the full appreciation of the industry at large, and not just what I was doing, which was being a metallurgist and a process engineer. And for me, he helped me understand the full impact that mining has when it comes to society at large. Because I all of a sudden started understanding that there are things that happen within the boundaries of the mine, where clearly we need to drive for the safe production and clearly make sure that we generate returns as businesses. But he showed me at the other side that showed that when mines are successful, then frankly, communities become successful, particularly when mines are intentional about the essence of what they drive. And that's what got me to stay within the mining industry, because I all of a sudden had the appreciation of the fact that when one becomes intentional about the things that they need to do, well, then they can make a significant difference. And for me, that even up to today talks about purpose, because you've got to understand the essence of purpose. And from a purpose perspective, what I stand for as a person fully aligns with the purpose of the broader company that I work for, Anglo American and Kumba Iron Ore, because it talks about reimagining mining to improve people's lives. And for me, the essence of improving people's lives is absolutely key. And I got that appreciation through David, and that was a long time ago. I've been in the mining industry for over 25 years. So it was a long time ago, but I got the appreciation that clearly there's a significant impact that can essentially be made. And up to today, he was most probably my mentor from around 2005, Seka. Up until today, I still talk to him, because that's what happens when you meet people that actually help you figure out that greater purpose and that help you understand the bigger essence of what it is that you need to drive in everything that you essentially do. So I guess he helped me transition from being purely an engineer into, for me, what was the real start of my leadership journey. And I've also had wonderful female mentors. So just because I'm talking about David and Hendrik, please don't think that I haven't had fantastic female mentors. Oh, I have. And they've been absolutely fantastic for me, particularly within the leadership space. It's been the likes of Cheryl Carolas, Tanya Lane, and they've been absolutely fantastic in terms of understanding or shaping or helping me become the better or a better leader, and one that's not just inwardly looking, but one that takes a step back and goes, well, what's the greater impact that we need to drive for? I mention them because guess what? I also met them through Anglo American, because it gave me the wonderful opportunity to meet others and actually form relationships with them and find the true essence of me being a great leader. Now, let me talk about Anglo American a little bit. So very much aligned to what was done back in the mid-90s when I became a BASA. That's still something that the company drives for. So Anglo American focuses on inclusion and diversity, and we look at that as something that is central to everything that we do. And ultimately, it's about creating an inclusive culture where everybody feels that they belong. And it's also about looking outside of the boundaries of the business and saying, well, how can we as a business actually foster that? And I, at an individual level, believe in that. And that's why I guess I've stayed within the mining industry and with the business as well. The commitment around equality is demonstrated by a whole lot of initiatives that we run within the business. We've got the Women in Mining programs where we, even up to today, look at the bursary scheme. So we pull people in and help them and ultimately take them on board as professionals in training and allow them to grow within the business. And when I look at that, I like the fact that the ratio that I see is more than 50% women. We also do that through the educational program, because clearly that's a critical foundation, particularly looking at local schools through the adoption of circa 46 schools, where we help young kids essentially with regards to them getting to the right level of grades through helping their schools, because we believe that clearly education is an absolutely critical enabler for an equal society. We also do that through the various skills development programs that we have within the business. And then more so for me, within the space where as a business, we start looking at things such as enterprise and supplier development through our various inclusive procurement programs. And then more so, again, being intentional around the support of BE companies, but also more specifically, women and youth-led businesses. Because you've got to be intentional around driving for equity. Otherwise, you're not going to really get to equality. Eh? So as I look around, there's a couple of examples that make me proud. One such example is Mapeu Andy. It's a community-based mining contractor. So they do loading and hauling, real mining. And when I look at them as a company and look at their ownership, well, they've got 51% women ownership, and they were awarded with a 1.6 billion rand mining contract at one of our mines and started operating on the 1st of February 2002. And since inception, they have independently raised over 360 million rand to purchase equipment, so the yellow kit that's required, and they employ around 180 people from our host communities. And when I look at their employment, because whenever I chat to them, I go, well, I like your ownership structure. Let's look at employment as well. We talk about the number of females that they employ, and we also talk about the number of youth that they employ, because clearly we know that particularly where we operate, this is an area where we need to essentially focus. Another example is, I'll choose one that's not mining related now, is one that looks at our employee transport space for one of the mines as well, where again, we're intentional around saying that we will transform that space. And we've got 4 companies that do various parts of transportation, some from our communities to the mine, and some within the actual mines. These mines are huge. Eh? So, you know, when I talk about the scale, maybe let me give you the size. If you look at Sishen, which is one of our mines in the Northern Cape, it's 14 kilometers by around 3 kilometers. So it's a huge mine. So you can imagine the full scope of what I'm talking about when I talk about transportation. And again, I look at the 4 companies for one of the mines. It's on the Kolomela side. One of them, which operates inside the mine, is 100% black owned and 50% female owned. The second one, 100% female owned. Third one, 100% black owned and 52% female owned. And the last one, 100% female owned. Now, I'd argue that you don't get to those levels if you are not intentional. And for me, that's the leadership action that's required as one takes a step back, looks at the different pieces of the puzzle and says, how do we become intentional about pooling of all those different pieces together? And for me, that's the essence of the topic today. It's about the leadership action that needs to be taken in addition to having wonderful policies. Because if one doesn't do that, then frankly, you'll never get to the space that you'd like to get to. So you'll never really get to equality. And up front, I'll say that we are not where we want to be. There's still more that we want to do. But the critical thing for me is the essence of being intentional. So I hope with that little story, you've understood, given you a little bit of my background and how I joined the industry. Somebody was intentional about looking at getting young people. Somebody was intentional around having the right programs to allow young people and the young girl from a small town of KwaZulu-Natal to grow within the industry. Somebody was intentional around having mentorship programs, because similar to others, I could just have left the industry and joined banking or other industries that are equally exciting, by the way. But somebody was intentional from a mentorship perspective around helping me in terms of me growing within the industry. And for me, again, I speak about the same company and talk about the essence of being intentional around educational programs, you know, sponsoring people at varsity, skills development programs, you know, inclusive procurement, etc. That's the essence for me of what I'm hoping you are talking about and what I hope you talk about when you talk to different companies as well. So for me, I guess it gets me back into the essence that says business has a huge role to play, when it comes to the essence of being intentional around driving for the types of results that we'd like to get to. And I want to acknowledge the progress that the mining industry has made when it comes to driving equality, demonstrated by some of the examples that I've given you, and clearly others have got their own programs as well. But I also still want to say that, as you all know, it's not enough. There's still more that all of us need to do to get to the space that we'd like to get to. However, as I acknowledge it, I do want to talk about a couple of other programs that for me have been exciting because they've been critical enablers, particularly when it comes to different levels that we have as Kumba Iron Ore within our business. So one of those for me is technology. So, people, if you talk to people who are in mining, they'll tell you that, you know what, some of the jobs are difficult and women can't do them. And it's actually true. I've tested some of that, particularly when I started within the industry. And some of them were tough things to do. I just didn't have the physical strength to do some of them. And I had to ask my male counterparts for help. But for me, what's been exciting over time has been the introduction of technology to essentially make it easier for women to do those roles as well. And with the introduction of that technology, guess what? It's also made the industry a far much safer industry as well, even though there's still more, again, that still needs to be done. So as mining has become more mechanized, physical strength and stamina have started to become less important. There are still some elements of the business that need them, but it's certainly not everything that sits within the various parts of what makes up a mine. And there are other skills that have then started being more important. Fine motor skills, dexterity, problem-solving abilities, and a certain appreciation of risk management, which has made it easier for women to actually come in and actually compete, which is something that's absolutely critical. And for me, what I also like is that this has also made the industry a little bit more attractive when it comes to women. And it's also provided business opportunities from a business perspective for women to actually have a look and say, well, what are some of the services that I can actually offer to the mining industry? And I'm sure Sandy will tell you about how we met. It was a wonderful one because it was about meeting a young female who says, well, guess what? It was at one of the mining interactivas. And it was an interesting discussion that went, you know what? This is what my business does. And it was one where I then said, oh, please talk to somebody within my team because there may be opportunities for you within the mining industry. And for me, I guess it warms my heart when that happens because as the industry has become more mechanized and more autonomous, that's essentially provided opportunities for others to actually play a role within the industry. So I look around and I visit clearly a whole lot of mines. And I look at some of the remote controlled control rooms that we've got. And I also look at things such as the fact that with autonomous drilling, you can have a person sitting in a control room, running a couple of drills, and it still gets us to the same results. So what does that actually mean? It then means that as a female, if I'm pregnant, well, I can continue working because I work within that remote control room and nothing changes for the whole duration of my pregnancy. That's what technology has done. And for me, it's also essentially made it easier for us to build or to bring in people that are differently able and allow them to, again, work on things that they would traditionally not have been able to work on. Those are some of the things that we need to continue driving, because for me, that's what drives equity, which ultimately translates to gender equality. The other things that we are still clearly dealing with, and one of those is the essence of bullying, harassment, and victimization. And for us, we are intentional around the zero tolerance approach, because again, one needs to be intentional in order to make sure that people feel empowered and that people feel, especially women, that they want to stay within the industry. And it's all about ensuring that everyone's treated with dignity when it comes to the workplace. It's something that the industry continues working on. There are challenges in certain instances, but again, for me, it's about the essence of being intentional from a leadership action perspective to essentially enable this. So let's then talk a little bit about the essence of leadership, because for me, from a leadership perspective, leaders need to understand that there are things that are driven from the top of the organization, and that those things create a whole lot of different spin-offs. And I'm sure that through the examples that I've shared with you, you've gotten a sense of that. And for me, it's the essence of understanding that those actions also impact broader society. And for us, we are we are in a space where we believe that our actions play a massive role when it comes to the communities that clearly operate around us, because they get impacted by everything that we do. And clearly, through our purpose of wanting to reimagine mining to improve people's lives, we want to make sure that that impact is always positive. So equitable leadership, for me, is more than inclusive leadership. Equitable leaders foster a team effort that gets the most out of each individual because of their differences. So that's essentially appreciating that different people are different. And if you can bring them in and allow them to be their full selves, well, guess what? You will ultimately get greater results. These leaders are not just people who tell others what to do. They have a vital role to play in ensuring that everyone, no matter who they are, gets a fair shot at success. And this is where their job becomes really important. They don't have all the answers. And it's okay for them to say, I don't have all the answers, because they want to get the answers from others that sit in the room. And we need leaders who understand that it's okay for people to be different. Theirs is to make sure that they create a culture where people can actually bring their best selves, and that clearly, ultimately, the businesses will also benefit. Because I hate to work with people who think like myself. I think it would be a very boring space to have. And I like working with different people because they have different ideas and different answers. And that's what we essentially need. Because ultimately, that's what allows for greater performance when it comes to the diversity numbers that typically people look at. All leaders need to step up and change the way in which they work in order to allow for this to happen, and for them to make sure that nobody is left behind, because that's the essence of what we want to drive for. To do this, we all need to eliminate barriers of entry for women in terms of all the mining industry I come from, and that includes physical and psychological as well, because the essence of talking about the psychological space is absolutely key. When people don't believe in themselves, unfortunately, they don't get to be their best selves. We need to shape an enabling culture, develop talent, and create safe spaces for all our people to thrive. So I've got a lot of sisters. Some of them are my coaches, and some of them are mentors, and some of them are fantastic friends, because I get to learn a lot from them. And I now want to quote from one of my sisters and a fellow leader in Anglo-American. Her name is Norita Fagude, an inspirational leader who's also the first, or who was the first and remains the first female president of the Minerals Council of South Africa, the old Chamber of Mines. And for me, it's I always say to her that it's a great honor working with her, because I can learn a lot from her. Well, she wrote a book, and in her book, she said that women need to wear different shoes for different occasions. But critical to this is that these need to be your own shoes. Don't try and wear somebody else's shoes. It will be difficult. So if you're a size 8 like myself, I can never wear size 6 shoes. It will be a disaster. And that's what, to use the analogy of shoes to essentially encourage people to be comfortable with wearing different shoes for as long as those shoes remain theirs. It's a metaphor for how we consciously use different facets of our personalities for different situations. And clearly the shoes represent our own individual personalities. Ultimately, this is what true gender equity is all about for me, and of that striving for equality. It's about women showing up, owning their space, being who they are without any constraints, without any prejudice, and without any biases. And more critically, in environments that are conducive for them to do that. And clearly, the environment is created by especially our leaders and also the policies that we have within the various organizations as well. Finally, we need to remember that true inclusion isn't just about shouting from the rooftops about our differences. It's actually more quieter than that. And that's actually okay for some of us who are introverts as well. It's about recognizing the value in every perspective and making space for even the seemingly ordinary voices to be heard and appreciated as well. And that's what we need more of. This is a vision that we must all work towards, not only for ourselves, but more importantly for me, for those who will come after us. Because I know that sitting in the room today, you've got different people of different ages. I'm more the older generation, and there are younger women in the room, and possibly women who are more mature than me. But all of us need to ask ourselves the question that says, well, clearly, what are we doing for us to become the better versions of ourselves? But we also need to ask ourselves, what's the legacy that we will leave as individuals? We can do that, then great, guess what? Ultimately, we'll get to the space where all of us want to ultimately get to, from a gender equality perspective, through making sure that we take the right, equitable leadership actions to get to that space. Thank you.
I think Ms. Ligala spoke better than you're clapping. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Ligala, for that thought-provoking keynote. I think what I like most about it is that it's a clarion call and a challenge to all of us as leaders to really do more in that we're in, but also to walk the talk. We talk quite a lot, but you spoke about being intentional. Somebody needs to be intentional for change. Something that also really stood out for me is the analogy of the different puzzle pieces, right? That you've got different puzzle pieces, and it really speaks to the fact that there's a place in all of our diversity, in all of our difference. So I think that was really, really powerful. Thank you for that, Ms. Sigalala. And I promised at the beginning that we'd be taking questions, and I don't want the people online to feel like we're neglecting them. So I have picked up one that came from X, and Ms. Sigalala, this is to you. The question says, how can we practically bridge the gap between equal opportunities as well as equitable leadership actions? I think we can all mull it over. I'll just repeat it again. How can we practically bridge the gap between equal opportunities as well as equitable leadership actions? I'm so glad I don't have to answer this question.
No, I actually think it's a brilliant question, and thank you so much for that. I think it was it X? I'm not sure. I think I had it well. So for me, the equitable leadership actions are the things that we need to do in order to get to gender equality. So for me, it's an essence of understanding that all of us have got the different targets. And I actually think our country is fantastic when it comes to the definitions that have been put in place around the different targets, employment equity policies, triple BE policies, etc., etc., etc. But the key is there are the actions that then need to be taken to get to that space. And that's where leadership comes in. So leadership comes in and defines the different actions that will be taken, because it's not just about standing up and going, well, I believe in diversity. You've got to demonstrate that through actions. So if you do demonstrate that through actions, well, guess what? You get to the outcomes. So for me, it's about understanding that sometimes we define targets, but if you're not intentional about defining the actions, and leaders have got a significant role when it comes to that, then we'll never really get to the results that we'd like to get to. And I'll go back to it. For me, if I look at one of the examples of the introduction of one of the local companies at Colomela, it would have been easier to say, well, there is no local company that exists today. It would have been easier to say, well, if we allow for different parties to come together and form this company, guess what? They won't have the money, they will not be established, so they won't have a track record, and because you can always come up with all kinds of excuses. The key for me was the essence of being intentional from a leadership action perspective and going, well, what has to be true for this to work? And it's been an interesting journey that we've had to walk as a company. Because clearly, when you go through the journey, you know that sometimes things won't be perfect because people don't have experience. But it's about giving people the opportunity to grow. And that's for me the leadership action perspective. That's intentional. Because otherwise, everyone could have said, well, there's a young girl from KwaZulu-Natal, and what does she know about mining? Shame, she doesn't even know what engineering is. She'll never grow within the industry. But somebody was intentional around saying, we want to transform the space. So how do we define the right actions, and how do we make sure that we are gaining power? Because when you are convicted around a particular outcome that you want to get to, you need to have the staying power to see things through and not give up and say, well, this is not working, so let's drop everything and go back to what we know is the winning recipe.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Galala. We were losing you a little bit there, but I think we all caught the essence of what Ms. Galala was saying. A lot about intentionality, intentionality, intentionality. And if you don't pick up anything in today's section, I implore you, can that one thing really, really stick with you? I think something that was also quite a good provocation that Ms. Zigalala spoke to, that I picked up as she was speaking. Before she mentioned the female mentors that she had, she spoke as well about a number of male mentors. And I thought that was a really, really important point, that the mentors, wherever you are, won't necessarily look like you, right? We all want to sort of gravitate to the people that look like us, right? But sometimes it is a male. Sometimes it's somebody who's not of the same race. Sometimes there's a big age gap or a generation gap between yourself and that person. I want to emphasize that one of the allyship of men, because we've got a couple of men in here as well, to say as much as we really are striving as women to push each other and support each other, it's futile if we don't have the support and allyship of our male counterparts as well. So on that provocation, I think we've all got something to mull over and chew on and speak about. We're about to go on a break, but I want to encourage you and just let you know that we've got an information session on my right, your left, and over there you can go during the break and find out a little bit about some of these initiatives. But before that, we have a question in the audience. Can we get a roving mic there?
Thank you.
May I ask you to introduce yourself?
Sure, no problem. A very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sandisa, for the invitation. Thank you for this gathering of women. Thank you so much, Ms. Ziganala, as well for your address to us this morning. I'm Kamkhando Tsiri from the Zora Group. We're in technology, all things automation, cloud, and cyber as well. So my question to Ms. Ziganala is, as a female leader in a predominantly male industry, there have been some risks that you've had to take. So my question is, in your capacity as CEO, in your capacity as a leader, not only in your company, but also in the industry, what is one of the biggest risks that you've had to take in order to move your organization forward? And how did that risk pay off or not pay off?
Just making sure you were able to hear that question.
Unfortunately, I couldn't hear. Thanks.
I hope I'll do it justice, but the question that you were asking, or what I picked up is, Ms. Zigalala, what are some of the risks that you had to take being a female in a predominantly, male-dominated industry? And that laugh tells me that you could count the ways. But please, would you answer that question for our audience member?
You most probably saw it my smile. I think for me, I'll start by saying that, you know what, so clearly in any industry, there are a lot of risks that have to be taken. And the reason why I smile is because sometimes people think that, one needs to live in a bubble where there are no risks. I've had to deal with a lot of risks, be it from when I started as a young engineer, and frankly, to being in the space where I am today. And it's been more about leaning in to those risks rather than shying away from them. And then leaning into the risks, understanding that, the wonderful thing about maturing, actually, maybe let me share this. So when I was younger, I used to think that I knew a lot. And I used to think that I need to have an answer to everything. And as I've become older, I've actually been humbled by the fact that I think I know very little. And for me, the moment when you think that allows you to essentially continuously learn, because you then don't have this huge ego and attitude that says, well, I've got to have all the answers and I need to know it all. And for me, I struggled with that at some point, because as I was growing from a leadership perspective, I felt that I was being judged and I needed to have all the answers. And the essence of maturing and understanding that that's not what leadership is about was most probably one of the most liberating things, because it allowed me to actually go to people and go, I don't know. Because I've never really met a person who knows it all. Some people pretend that they do, but frankly, when you dig in, they don't. And for me, that allowed me to then lean in and actually appreciate people for the true essence of what it is that ultimately defines the different things that people bring in from a diversity perspective. Because sometimes, I think all of us talk about diversity, but we still believe that ours has got to be the most prominent voice. And possibly, in coming back to that question, the transition, or the difficulty for me was that I felt that people were going to judge me and say, well, she's not good enough because she doesn't have the answers. But funny enough, what I learned through maturity was that was all something that was in my own mind. And for me, it was a true aspect of maturing. And one of my mentors actually helped me with this because, I used to think I have to have all the answers. And they helped me in terms of going. Actually, you don't. And sometimes that's actually powerful because it allows you the space to actually go back and think about things rather than being trick ahead around saying, well, I know everything, so I've got to have the answers to everything.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that question. I think you're more than answered. Well, maybe I'm just speaking about myself, but I think there was a lot to pick up there. So thank you very much, Ms. Zigalala. And on that note, I'll just remind you again, we've got our information station on my right, your left, where you can find out a little bit more about the COOi initiatives, COOi Climate Tech. There's a whole lot that the talented young people in this business are up to. Mr. Galala, thank you so much for joining us. Let us release you to the very important work of women empowerment doing there at Kumba. I am all, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a little bit of a break and we'll be back.
Yeah, let me just.
Can I text this in a few minutes? Please.
Oh, then can you also put this picture back? Don't confuse which one it is. Ah, no estás habitada. I didn't think of anything about it.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm really happy to see that the networking is happening, the conversations are happening, we're all reaching out to each other. I just want to give a heads up to the entrepreneurs. I'm giving you a hack now. This is for, the next break and lunch. If you see somebody wearing a white name tag, hint, hint, I won't point in any sort of direction.
Okay.
Entrepreneurs, if they're wearing a white name tag, just know there are checks there are approval powers. There's decision-making power. Don't say I don't tip you guys. Okay? And to the people with the white badges, the big wallets and purses, we must be inclusive wallets and handbags and purses. The people with the pink name tag, bright-eyed, starry-eyed, just looking for somebody to be intentional. Like Sissy for me provoked us. Please, we need proof of purchase of this intentionality. So when we go to lunch, I really would like to see a little bit of mixing, not all the white tags speaking about inflation and the increase in the cost of goods on one side, and then the other people saying, but no one is booking us, right? I need to see that we're walking the talk as we were encouraged to. Really great to have you back. I think we're all refreshed. We're ready for the next session, and it's going to be two really, really exciting panel discussions. We've got a number of the white badges. I need to come up with a really funky phrase for the white badges. Respectful, of course. We'll call them the purses for now. Some really great but very knowledgeable people as well that are going to be on our panels. We've got really great moderators. Thank you, Lord. I can take a little bit of a break because the heels are healing at this moment. The ladies will know what I'm talking about. Let me just introduce the first subject. Our first panel is, the question that we're asking in our first panel is, can large enterprises build products that address the systemic issues of gender inequality whilst maximizing financial returns and social impact? So, can large enterprises build products that address the systemic issues of gender inequality whilst maximizing financial returns and social impact? So I think the panelists are probably already thinking about it, but also just mull it over. We really want to keep it interactive, so we really need some questions to start going. Let's be brave like Lefono and Mwakri at the beginning. So I'd like to call upon our stage, our moderator of the first panel, Matebe Modise, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Beauty on Tap, and I'll allow her to come and introduce her panel members. Matebe, over to you.
Okay, hi everyone. How's everyone doing? Normally I'm on the other side of the panel, so I'm very happy that today I'm asking the hard questions, and I think the topic is quite challenging. So good luck to the panelists that I'm going to be calling up. So let me introduce the panelists. I'm going to call them up by name, and then they will introduce themselves and just give us a synopsis of what they do. Our first panelist is Mama Swazi Mwani, who is the Executive HR Director at Origin Show, MFC. Is Mama Swazi here? I see she's got a white badge. So if you guys need those points. Our second panelist is Ntombi Wangwani, who is the CMO at Vodacom Business. Yeah. Thank you. I'm not that scary. Questions aren't that hard. And our third panelist is Zoneka Lisa, who is the VP of Corporate Affairs at AB in Benga.
Okay, cool. So I was very passionate about women empowerment. It's what my business is all about. Our entire ecosystem is about empowering women. From the suppliers we use to our customer base to our employment is all about women. And so I can hold you guys accountable today and ask hard questions because I really do think that large corporates really do drive the narrative in terms of changing the narrative of gender equality as well as economic inclusivity. So I'm going to ask the questions and then I think I'll let all of you answer. And then if you have anything to add or chime in, then please do as well. And then we're going to have a Q&A afterwards for you guys to ask questions as well. So the first question, and I'll start with Monica right next to me, is how can large enterprises ensure that their product development strategies consider the intersectionality of gender inequality and address diverse needs and experience of different communities?
If I have to give a perspective on it, I think firstly, large corporates will need to start internally. So with ourselves and SAP and ABI, it's important that we've got representation within the workforce. If you look at the beer category, one would typically traditionally say it's a very male occasion and male beverage. So we had to look within our company and say, do we have enough women to create innovations, experiences, occasions for women? So we've been working a lot in our frontline, which is our typical part of our business, with supply, commercial, etc., to get more representation. And I think secondly, the second thing we've done is ensure that we are quite close to the consumer and understand what their need is in terms of ensuring that we're inclusive of women consumers in a very traditionally male category by coming with products and innovations that speak to them. And I think also going beyond them into our value chain and our retailers and saying we've got a lot of women. If you think of the beer industry, taverns, almost half of our value chain is women owned and women run. So when we look at that entire ecosystem, we always ask ourselves, how are we working with women within our business, within the consumer base, and within our communities to empower them through various ways? But we've looked at it across the entire value chain. Internally, product innovation, and as well as enterprise development within the broader ecosystem.
I like that you touched on it being an ecosystem more than just your team kind of looking at what they can do to do more. Let's find out what Vodacom Business is doing to kind of address this intersectionality.
Well, at the end of the day, organizations are businesses, right? And what I certainly don't want as a woman is for an organization to have a product to say, oh, we're supporting women, but the product doesn't even speak to what I need. And at the end of the day, there has to be a business case, there has to be a target market, and we need to research to determine that actually, is there a need for this particular thing? I absolutely agree with Zonega that if you are going to be wanting to create products for women, you need women represented in the organization to be able to build those products as well. But at the end of the day, there is no organization that is going to just intentionally build something for women without having the research and the demand for it as well. So the one thing I do want to maybe encourage people is to say, absolutely, Vodacom Business is looking at making sure we have women represented at the top. We have women who are also involved in the products that we're putting together, be it is for youth or for the higher value and everything, because the community is made up of a lot of women. So we do need women represented as well. But what I want to encourage people is that we as women need to speak up and say, these are the products that we need for ourselves. If there isn't a demand and if they don't know what we are looking for, what is the experience we are looking for, they're not going to be going and creating those things. And certainly no organization, in as much as they are committed to gender equality and in as much as they have women represented at the top, if there isn't a market, there isn't a market. But I suspect there is a market. And the difference is that we are probably not raising our hands, we're not speaking out, we're not using our voices to say, these are the products we want. These are the experiences we want from your organization. And this is how you make us happy as your customers. So I think we also have a responsibility as women to showcase to the organizations what we want them to deliver on our behalf. Because if we're not speaking about it, we're going to continue having an environment where men are creating products that they believe they are making them for us. And that's not going to work out at the end of the day.
So I just want to ask you on that, because I worked in corporate and I worked for a very white male-dominated corporate. And I think even though you do have a compelling business case, getting that sign-off to say this is what we want to do might be difficult, because it might be that actually this market isn't, that robust, and so what convincing do you do? What do you think it takes to then convince that top layer decision-making layer? Because it's difficult, let's be honest, to sign off on a product that you believe is for women, and also just convincing them that this is an aspirate market as well, that there's growth in it. So how do you take that down?
So I love that you say that I also work for corporate, which tells me that you then know that in corporates, when they have to make an unpopular decision, it takes years.
Yes.
So whether it's women, whether it's men, whether it's youth, fear of the unknown takes a long case for that business case to be signed off. And one of the things I love is a book by Salim Ismail called Exponential Organizations, Why Other Organizations Are 10 Times Faster Than Yours. And what he advocates for in his book is the fact that traditional organizations are always going to be risk averse and they're going to take conservative decisions. But that is why organizations need to build, alongside the traditional building, an agile organization with young people who think differently to the traditional expo people, who will take more risks. And when those risks pay off, you then plug them in to the main core. But this is all linked to technology.
Yes.
This is linked to technology, embracing the younger people who are using accelerating technologies to be able to change the world. Your traditional corporate is gonna take a long time. And if I can give you an example and speak from my current case study, is I was a member, Zolega and I were members of the Accenture family. Accenture sells the future, sells technology, sells trades. You would assume when you leave Accenture and you join a traditional corporate that they operate at the same level. But what you find when you join a traditional corporate is that Accenture, because they sell technology, trades, future, they operate here. And traditional organizations operate here. Now the rest of us must come in and dumb down, right? We need to meet you where you are at. And what I'm trying to showcase, Matilda, is that a lot of organizations struggle and are not agile enough to move, change, embrace the technology that we all talk about, that we all know is necessary to actually shift the dial. And actually they are not. So for me, what I'm trying to say to you is traditional corporates struggle with legacy. People who don't want to change, people who don't want to embrace technology. People was like, if I embrace this technology, I'll be out of a job, so let me not embrace it, and let me become that difficult person in the company that doesn't allow the things to change. That is what corporates are dealing with. So it's never a case of a corporate wants to do an idea and people who need to deliver it. It is very difficult for the change management and for you to convince the people that this is the right way to do things, because people are afraid of change. That is why I am a firm believer in having junior exco members who are given the leverage and the ability and the budget and the resources to keep on working in a new way and plugging in when those proof of concepts are actually successful, to show the organization that actually embracing technology, working in an agile way, moving away from traditional ways of working can actually benefit the organization.
Nice. And I think, I own a business that was born of traditional corporates not wanting to change fast enough. So where they don't change, there's a lot of opportunity for entrepreneurs. And that is what disruption is all about. Sorry.
Do you remember the question? I think the one thing I did want to add around kind of, you spoke about women and showing up. And when I think about financial services and I think about the percentage of women that are leading homes, that are financially responsible for families, and I think about the products that are out there, I don't always necessarily think we build products for women. We build products for a problem. And I think it becomes important that as women we show up and put some of those things on the table. I also think that in organizations, as women that have been given a check to sign, have been given the opportunities, I think there's such a huge responsibility that sits with us with making sure that we find the Sandisos and we find the Musas who are doing something out there that's of value and make those connections. I loved how you opened Sandiso when you introduced the keynote speaker. It's talking about how you connected and the things that she's done for you. And if I think about how we play a role as women, I think it becomes important that we who have the power and the ability to do some of these things actually draw the connections with people, make those networks visible. I mean, you talk about being an entrepreneur from corporate and starting off on your own. I'm sure there's some relationships that you have where you come from that you use today, and I think us being open to that and being deliberate about it, there's something about the mindset, right? And when I think about how I met Sandiso, and I'll probably share the story, I hope you don't mind. Sandiso wrote to me on LinkedIn, and it was December, it's been a tough year. You're sitting going through some of your social media stuff, and there's tons of things in the DMs, and some of you will know, I'm looking for a job, I have this business, I'm doing this. And I think taking the time to read through what people have said to you, taking the time to see the opportunity, right? I don't work in innovation, I'm in HR. But I do work in the innovation space. We're building the capability, and in thinking about what are the connections that I make for her, and introduce her into the system, and set her up, and have the conversations up front, mentor her, say, listen, you're gonna meet an innovation exec, this is what makes them tick, you need to show up this way. And I think for me, that's where some of the work we have to do as women for each other comes into play. I think when we start thinking about the product stuff, I think it's important that the people that are in the organization are that voice. If I think about the common ones, the H&M monkey story that happened, I mean, there was no representation in the room. Pepsi had something similar. Woolies did that with the ABBA, where they kind of stole an idea, created something, and a woman who had created it got ignored, right? And I think had there been an executive in Woolworths that had stood up for some of those things, it wouldn't have happened the way that it did, and there would have been some sort of recognition. So I think there's a role that we have to play as senior leaders, senior women in organizations, to make sure that yes, there's a product piece, but it's also how do we support entrepreneurs in getting into that space, because that's where the money is, right? Yes, there's a customer that you sell to, but I think in business is where you get the funding, and I think we have a role.
Can I add something? We talk about women showing up, absolutely agree. But I think as women who are sitting here, we're assuming that, but I'm showing up, and you're probably all thinking, but we are all showing up. You would be surprised to learn how many women don't show up in the corporate organization. You'd be surprised to see how many women are afraid to speak up, use their voice, raise their hand, or say, I'm open to trying a new assignment. So just because you are doing it, do not assume people are doing it. A lot of women still live according to that thing, I was raised with you, fact. My place is at home. I must be a child there. I must cook for my husband. I was flipping through channels in Zolo, and somebody was saying, some woman said to the mother, aren't you going to dish up for your boyfriend? And the woman said, no, he's going to dish up for himself. And this guy turns around and says, because some women don't know how to live up. So guys, what I'm saying is, this is still very alive and true. We're looking at it, we're taking it very lightly. It's not really about the dishing out, it's about the socialization. It's about the culture. And a lot of women are unable to break out of that to be able to speak up in the workplace, because they told me if I speak up, I'm arrogant here. And things like that. So do not assume that when we talk about women speaking up, it's because they are not. There's a lot of us in there, but a lot of us are not actually using our voice. We're not around the decision-making table. We're afraid to raise our hands. We're afraid to try new assignments. And therefore, you are sitting here all beautiful thinking women empowerment, but a lot of people are still afraid out there. And we really need to help empower our women to start getting comfortable with being uncomfortable for us to rise to the top.
So I think I want to kind of like fuse my question, and then I don't even know how to phrase it, but I know a lot of the time corporates focus on ESG in terms of women empowerment. It's more impact, and it's more, it kind of like frays away from making women happy. Let's talk about that. So for me, it's where do corporates go wrong in product development for women? And what is going wrong with the rollout of that? Because at times you'll find that there's a product developed, but it fumbles at the end. So what are corporates doing wrong with product development for women, and what can they do better in that development?
I'll give it a first crash. I think, being a large corporate, I think this is going to be touched on it perfectly. Large machines. And when we trial things, it takes time, and the amount of people who are brave enough to be willing to make a mistake are quite few. Because these mistakes can be quite expensive, and the senior you are, when you fail, it's a bit of a loud fail. So we do have to allow adjacent businesses, but we've got a core beer business and we've got a beyond beer. In our beyond beer, we're very flexible. We allow trial and error. We do a lot of consumer insights and data-led innovation. So I think innovation and product development is a specialty. We don't just come up with because it's cool. We have to invest a lot of time, money, get the young people, sometimes old people, to get, depending what you're trying to address, the right type of people in that team to build something. Then you have to see how profitable this is going to be, how you're going to market, how big is it going to be, are you able to scale, etc. And I think it takes a lot of great people who are willing to risk. And I resonate a lot with this previous statement. You have to have a brave voice to try something new. We have a lot of people in our business trying products for women to say, let's maybe go beyond beer and do a gin. A gin that is infused with tequila. And we have these crazy ideas. And at the same moment, you also have to invite a wide range of thoughts and perspectives. So the whole thing around diversity is not just women's diversity, it's thought. I typically have a team who disagree with a lot of things I say, and at the time I make a decision, I'm very comfortable because I know my team will have really checked me on a number of things. So by the time I go out, I know I'm very confident because there's so much diversity of thought in the environment that I work in. So in terms of corporates getting things wrong, it's okay. We're big, it happens. But to have these capabilities and these side things where you can invest time, resources, and skill to try and error things is a fantastic opportunity, because that's where you can fail and try a couple of things, and that's what we need to do. But at the same time, we also need to open ourselves up to entrepreneurs, to invite them to say, you can do things better, and we do that through innovation platforms. So we've got innovation awards, innovation campaigns, and we say there are people out there who are better than us, who are faster than us. Let's pull them in for a coffee or two. So I've met Sanisa sometimes at SAB, trying a couple of things. There are a number of entrepreneurs we've worked with in this space in a number of areas. I mean, the beer dimension is massive. And we say, if you're clever, come hang with us over a beer and let's talk. So you also have to be open-minded to inviting and be humble as a big corporate to say there could be someone out there who's smart and that could be learned from that. So to the entrepreneurs, when you get that opportunity, sure, go all in. Really go all in and invest in relationship and quality.
Ask for Chalet. We have that too.
I probably want to add the one around assumptions, right? I think where I find corporates tend to struggle in landing the final idea is we have assumptions about who women are, and we see a woman and we make assumptions, and we'll have our customer journeys and our personas, and we'll define these people, give them names, and lead with that. I think there's opportunity to always go back and realize that we're different. And we will all have kind of different needs, and be open to hearing and being tested on some of the assumptions that you make. One a gent I work with, old mutual, currently the CMO, used to be the general manager for Always Pets, and he tells the story all the time that as a man, at some point I had to accept defeat because I just did not understand the product. Yes, I have a wife, I have daughters, I have cousins, I have sisters, but I didn't understand. So if you, and I mean, unfortunately, this is the product. But if I think about the journey of Always Pets and where they've come from, and he was telling us a story of how he went from thinking that it was good enough to have something there, right? To the point where we have wings that are locked, that are older, and it's like, without the women around me and without really getting involved, asking my wife some really deep questions around the product, I wouldn't have gotten there. And till today, he doesn't believe he truly understands the experience. And I really think it's important to connect with women and different types of women and really get to know who your customer is. And I mean, we hide behind things like segmentation, we hide behind things like race and say this is kind of how people behave. And I think it's important to get intimate with your customer, and in this instance, it's women, and understand what the need is before we go and we launch something. Excited that we've put this thing on the market and we may reject it. So I really think the assumptions that we've had over years were changing over time. If you ask me probably what I liked a few years ago and what product I would want, today it's completely different. And I mean, someone would have created it at a point in time. So I think intimacy with the customer being us as women, but I also think just challenging some of the assumptions that we've had for so many years. And I love your idea around and what entrepreneurs give big corporates is that opportunity just to move at speed and put something in the market so much quicker, and are open to try everything. And I do want to say I love that about you.
And I think at the end of the day, what you say is true, is that at the end, people who work in the businesses are people. So one thing I always say to my team is, put yourself in the customer's shoe. How would you want to experience this? So don't take for granted that you're a person and that your input as well as like a customer journey is also really important. And at Vodacom, how do you guys?
Well, one, I want to tell you that the reason you're struggling with your heels is because heels were created by men.
This is very true.
So the one part I don't understand is why they are not wearing. So it's like, but I think we need to understand how the ecosystem is connected. When an economy is thriving, before you even go to the corporate, if the country and the country's economy is thriving, it has a positive or a negative impact on an organization. Organizations need to be able to have budgets that allow for innovation, R&D, trying new things, things that might work, things that might not work. When the economy is not working, that's the first budget that they shut down. This is the first budget that they shut down. So when people say companies, everything is connected. If we are healthy from an economy point of view, then we'll be able to have more funding that allows people to innovate, allows people to fail fast and fail forward. But if that is not happening, what are they doing? They're going to be strict. And even that product that they absolutely know there's a market for women, they've developed it, they will not put in the proper publicity and marketing budget behind it because they'd rather focus on their high value where they have guaranteed income coming in. So where corporates are going wrong for me is in terms of when times are tough, we lock down the innovations, we lock down the opportunity to grow a new segment and a new audience, and we focus on things are tight, where must we focus just to keep afloat? And that's what happens. And we've got to be able to actually balance the two. So it's important for people to understand that when we talk about our country, it's not about criticizing a particular political party, etc. It's about saying what is the broader impact that we experience as human beings, that your kids who are unemployed after you paid for them to go to university, everything is connected. So you can't just divorce from the one to the other because they all are interdependent and reliant on each other. If we want companies to do more, test more, do more products, we need to make sure our economy is strong and those people who are contributing to building those products are also feeling we can put our weight behind this as well. The entire system, the entire ecosystem is very important. Sure.
I think we've had very wise words and we have very limited time to take questions from the audience. So we're going to start taking them now.
People have walked out by now.
Okay.
Just like literally 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, fine. Hi everyone, my name is Lionel Jonas. I am the CEO of Elite Advisory, a professional services firm specializing in accounting, tax, and advisory services. So while I was listening to your conversation, I was also reflecting, because I also come from corporate. I've worked in financial services, I've worked in companies that have embraced tech, but I think now that I'm on the other end, in the same shoes with the people that I service daily as clients, I ask myself, like, what are the simple things that I think corporates can do to assist businesses to be more sustainable? What I mean by that is something simple as you're a corporate, you're a large corporate. You have invoice terms of days of when you're going to pay an invoice, 60 days. If you apply that same principle to a startup, to a small business, it's like they're just gasping for air, right? There are other things like just the process of getting them paid. So I think there are some things that are quick wins that I think we can take back and reflect on and see how do we make sure that we contribute to the sustainability of entrepreneurs and making sure that the businesses are around in 6 months' time. And then the last thing, I know it's 30 seconds. I was walking into the office the other day and I said to myself, I wonder if someone could come up, someone in corporate could offer an innovative credit solution that can meet the needs of business owners, but also manage the risk from a company perspective. So because I also come from a banking side, and maybe this is also for you guys to think about, is everybody struggles with funding, small businesses. I have clients that come to me, now, they say I need to have 2 years of financial statements. But I'm saying, what are some of the things that I know some of my clients are doing to innovate in the lending space that you guys think that would be profitable for corporates to consider? Obviously, I know there's credit risk and things like that to consider, but do you guys sometimes sit in your office and wonder, if I'm a business owner and people are struggling and having a crisis of funding, because I believe our answers do not always lie with government, and that we as the private sector and as entrepreneurs can solve for these problems, what do you guys think is the solution? So there's 2 questions, but yeah, thanks.
Okay, great. Okay, great. My name is Tuli. I'm a scientist and social entrepreneur. I like the comments. There's 2 things that are standing out for me. There's such a big emphasis on innovation, innovators, entrepreneurs, but also there's such a big emphasis on, I like what you're saying about, women must speak up and raise their voice, etc. And then we go further to say that it's not happening in corporate. And in those 2 things, which the other one is more a behavioral thing, but I think corporates like to focus on the end and not necessarily look at the pipeline. So how do we build a pipeline that enables us to get these entrepreneurs or to get these innovators so that all of these incubators don't keep recycling the same people? So what kind of work is being done in that space? And then secondly, what you're talking about is a behavioral change. And we're saying majority of the population of women is in rural and township communities. Then they get into spaces, then we understand expected to be able to speak up. What kind of work? In fact, I want to be provocative and say, why do corporates not participate in that space of building pipeline and building positive behavior, so that when people do come into the corporate sector, they actually are equipped to contribute in a meaningful way that builds the culture and transform when they get there. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lucy from the Transformation Agency. We are an enterprise development company, and the essence of what we do is design and implement enterprise and supplier development programs for corporate organizations. And what we find is we have people within corporates that are willing to diversify the supply chain. and really want to do this work of creating access to market opportunities for small businesses. But they faced the challenge of opposition internally, and where they had to really transform the mindsets of some of the decision makers. So I'm keen to hear from you, what has been your experience in terms of, what has worked in terms of shifting the mindsets of people that are opposing transformation within your supply chains?
So I'm gonna allocate one question each, is that fine, to make it quicker? So the lending, who wants to take the lending one? Yeah, the lending one? Yeah, the quick ones and the lending in terms of term payments and so on, and then the lending, you wanna take that one?
I'm happy to try.
Okay.
I think number one, you should have been at the Vodacom SME Thrive Summit last week. Because they spoke exactly about what you're talking about in terms of funding, the terms, the conditions. They actually had an expert who was explaining to SMEs who are feeling hard done by. Like you said, the 2 years term, in terms of I need 2 years of bank statements and everything. There's a reason why things work a particular way. But there's also different types of lenders, right? There's the government, and the guy was explaining it and all. So if you'd like to get in touch, I'm happy to connect you to that guy, because he was able to help SMEs understand where they will struggle, what the journey is. And they had SMEs in there who said, it took 10 years for me. Another one said, actually, I went to VodaPay, and VodaPay, I was able to get something in about a year or something of the kind. So there's different types. So I don't think you can make a blanket statement across. But absolutely, funding for SMEs is a challenge, but there are ways for people to get around it. And it's really about us getting those people educated on who are the people who can help us understand it, etc. And I can help connect you. That's right. Okay. And then the other one was about?
So I was just asking, in terms of your current process that you have internally, what are the quick wins that you think? So I just mentioned one, like invoice payment terms, right?
Yeah.
To say that's maybe one where you could just say, okay, if it's an SME,
I've
maybe
got you.
let's not do
And this was about to tap your back.
Yeah.
So where I work, there is an organization. When Vodacom started, there was a company that started alongside with Vodacom to deliver Vodacom events. They are big in the sporting industry, whether Amoke's Chiefs, Amo Pirates, music concerts, they are a big eventing agency and have been around for many years. And Vodacom then realized that as part of our transformation journey, we need to bring in other SMEs to actually give them a big piece of this cake that is available. Our one supplier, a black supplier, Fresh Minds, raised with Vodacom, with all the CEOs, there's 3 divisions, there's Group, there's South Africa, and everything. Raised and said, you've brought us in as SMEs, you're giving us favorable payment terms, you've built the structure in such a way that we survive as SMEs, but everybody is still going to the big main player. Then what is the point of you bringing us in? What I love is that this SME spoke up. This SME was brave enough to say, do not do window dressing with me, my name, my reputation, my company. If you say you're going to bring me on board as an SME, then I should have equal sharing of what this supplier has been getting for many, many years. Absolutely, evaluate me on the fact that I can do the job just as they are. But it is a case of people in the organization have worked with this one supplier for so long, they tell everybody, no, go there, go there. So sometimes it's not the organization per se, but rather the people in the organization who are actually hired to make sure that everybody experiences and gets an opportunity with Vodacom. Those people have got long-held relationships, and they go that side. Whether there's a brown paper bag, I can't say. I really don't know. But I want to applaud this SME for speaking up and saying, we are not operating on equal terms, and if you're going to have us as part of your SME supplier development program, then you must do it right. Because we wouldn't know. We are assuming they're on board, we're assuming people are giving them contract, and meanwhile they are not. So SMEs, I want to applaud this SME for saying, it's not working for me, change the terms. And what did Vodacom do? They changed the terms.
There's also an invoice discounting company, I'll tell you about it. They pay your invoices, they fund your invoices, I'll tell you after. Okay, your question, let's do the pipeline. I want to give the transformation one to you. Yours, let's do the incubation pipeline. I know what she's talking about. You see the same companies, incubators, getting opportunities, every single competition, you're just like, oh, it's those ones again. How do you change that, and how do you bring new businesses into that pipeline so that when they do feed up into corporates and become suppliers, they're ready to go as well?
I think for ourselves, if I use the SAP Foundation for an example, we have a mandate to look outside urban areas. So we go into rural, peri-urban. So we try to find entrepreneurs and innovators that people overlook. So that's something we've done, trying to not recycle the same. And we've also invested a lot in social innovation, which is something that I don't believe South Africa is investing enough in. Because social innovation also looks like in the community that I'm in, with the problems that I have, what are some of the solutions that people can come up with in those areas, and can people fund those? So I think we also need to break the corporate and try somewhere else, something different. But you do need to have the means. So you've got a foundation whose mandate is to do just that. But once you've done that, you then have the very difficult task of having a very good program so that those businesses last long enough. Our foundation businesses, I think roughly 95% of them have lasted longer than 5 years, which means we have to have a quality program. A number of entrepreneurs almost jump program to program because sometimes they're not getting the right quality, and they just keep getting more and more dependent. And we push our entrepreneurs out. And some stage, give them the tough love feedback to say, guys, you're not going to get any more support from ourselves because you need to really go out into the world and try something and start standing on your feet. The minute you see entrepreneurs who are program dependent, you have to give them the honest feedback. And you guys have to also have the honest feedback about yourself. This behavior going from program to program is not always sustainable. It's saying that I'm dependent on someone to always do something. The minute you start standing on your own and saying, okay, I'm going to try this, try getting into procurement, into a procurement organization, supply chain, try getting funding from banks, etc., and see if it works. But being overly reliant on just programmatic support, in the long term, we fear, and we've experienced through our foundation and the entrepreneurship programs we run, is not sustainable. And I think sometimes entrepreneurs don't get that honest feedback to say that if that's the model, it's not sustainable.
I think the feeling also that sometimes it becomes a bit too PR-y and it's not authentic. So when you have authentic people in businesses, then you get the right results.
It's okay to turn down some programs. Find the right one for you, for the type of business and the industry you're in that's going to take you to the next step versus just a LinkedIn post to say that I've won this. So I think really, really critical on which programs you do and don't go for.
100%. And then the transformation one is you have people in organizations, and I know this because I was one of those people who really want to change suppliers and have transformation, but the sign off, it just doesn't come. So how do you overcome that obstacle?
Transformation one, and there was one that you asked that I'm really passionate about, is how to take that girl child from the township where our corporate's not doing enough to get people in the doors. So maybe we can start with the transformation one around kind of getting the final side of thing. What are some of the things you do? So I, previous role, worked at so LinkedIn and did a transformation role, and I'll tell you that transformation is hard and it takes a lot out of you as an individual, but I think there's something around consistency, there's something around pushing boundaries, there's something around setting up the other side for success, right? So someone comes through the door at first glance, they want to do whatever, typical whatever process it is. They have the backing, but certain things you can see as the gatekeeper are lacking. I think the role that we play is how do I set you up so that you can win? And that's where I've seen it work for me. Is suppliers will come and say, "What could you do for something?" If it's a recruitment company, it could be something we're doing in the innovation lab. It could be any one of those things. And how do I set that person up? So I can see that Sandy's was really, really good, and I can see that there's so much value to add. How do I make her ready for corporate? And I have that responsibility. And yes, it's just Sandy's, but one at a time, right? And that's what I'm capable of doing at that point in time, and making sure that she comes through the door and is able to kind of provide whatever the service is. I think we have to acknowledge and accept that corporates are where they are, right? And there's so many of us in corporate. There are various, we're pushing, we're trying our very best, and sometimes the answer is just no. So what are the low-hanging fruit that I can pick up and really push forward and show the impact. And when Sandiso does succeed, how do I make noise about her? Because also you bring someone in, they'll do something for you, and you kind of just let it go. How do we show and showcase the work that we do as entrepreneurs that actually they didn't pick up faster? I mean, I was speaking to my colleague now. There's a process, and I'm now sharing our private chat. There's a process that she once done, and yes, there's all the standard kind of systems and processes from an IT perspective you want to go through. But why not get a scientist or a tech company that can do that process for us so much quicker? I mean, we project this has been a problem for Old Mutual for some time, and we want to fix tomorrow. So if we want to fix tomorrow, it's not going to come from our legacy IT side. We're going to have to go outside, find someone that can be quick, someone that's open to try things, support them, back them, and they're not going to be perfect, and make sure that they succeed. And I think it's a dual role that we play. One, as the people on the inside that are the gatekeepers, and really push those boundaries. And I think you're very fortunate as an entrepreneur if you meet someone in corporate that fundamentally believes in you, is willing to back you, and will drive it. And you need to use that relationship. I've met entrepreneurs or done pieces of work with people that have come and gone, like once they get a paycheck, they're out the door, I don't see them until same time next year, and they figure I'm doing the same thing, like, hey, how you doing? But to keep that relationship going, to keep learning from each other, and one of the things I can do or help and open doors for you, and vice versa. I think maintaining those relationships is important. And also kind of opening your mindset to different things that you could potentially do. I mean, in Old Mutual, we have Next 176, which is set up on the side just to kind of test different things, work with different entrepreneurs. From the entrepreneurs, I've met to recommend those people, right? But if that relationship is broken, and the last time I saw you was a year ago when we did a 2-minute piece of work, for me, I've moved on and I've met someone else, and now I'm charming Sandy, so can potentially get in there, right? So I think it's important that you maintain that relationship as well. You leverage the opportunity that you're given, and when they do give you an opportunity to stand up in front of somebody, to show up. I mean, the event that she ended up doing for me, I mean, you had strategy exec, innovation exec, IT people, and when you're in those spaces, how do you show up, right? And make sure that the quality of work that you put on the table, because actually you're not competing with other entrepreneurs, you're competing with some of the big IT companies that have the financial muscle, the resources, look super suave. Also, I want my job to be easy. It's hard for me to take that risk, right? So you're competing with, do I go with someone who's done it for 50 years, will probably get it right, and if they mess it up, they'll fix it? Or do I go with an entrepreneur who's going to be trying, may make any mistake, will need a lot more of my attention, so how do you make that attractive to me? So that I want to do that, and I'm encouraged to do that. And when I'm standing there, I know what I'm fighting for. And I think if we work together that way, we start to break through some of the barriers. I think how you show up with transformation across the board is just so important. And I think the small things that break, how do we fix that? How do we come back from some of those things? So that would be probably my answer. And then on the one around young girls, I am very passionate about it. I think corporates are very focused and do a lot of work from the time you're in the door, right? And we're talking about the time prior to that. So I think from the time you get into the door, various corporates will have various programs for young girls, whether you're a graduate, you're a specialist, generalist, if you're in Bayer, engineering, whatever, there'll be some sort of program that's been designed to kind of help you get there. And I mean, some of them work, some of them don't work, some of them have their flaws, and different people will have that exposure. In corporate to try to get you kind of to the top of the pyramid. I think before then, you're right, there is a massive gap, right? So how do you take, I mean, I've interviewed, you get people that come for interviews for, whether it's call center, advisor, whatever it is, and just from how they show up and walk in the door, you're already like, this is not going to work. I think there's an opportunity for us in the room to do that work. I think if they are, I haven't come across many organizations that come to the door and say, Swazi, I have 15 girls, this is their story, what can I do about them? And there's not a lot of that, right? Because it has to be the meeting of minds. At the end of the day, you're in a role, you're doing something in a corporate, and you're pushing that in the system. I think there's an openness to do that work in the communities. If I think about what we do from a community impact, we support the MASS cluster, which is kind of townships, hospitals, schools, those kind of environments. So we absolutely are wanting to have that impact, but there's just, we've never had the connection. And there's definitely an openness to do it. And I take it, and I think personally, I think all of us, as even you guys in the room, as entrepreneurs, it's your role to take our younger brothers and sisters and teach them kind of how to show up, how to get through the door. I mean, I think about my own cousins, my sister, and some of the mistakes that they make. I mean, my sister's first interview, she went to an interview with Nails and Snow. I was like, if you're going to type and that person is not, the first thing they're going to look at, I know that we're Gen Zs, we want to do things differently, but if you're being hired by a traditional person and you're walking with nails that long, they're going to look at you and think this one is not yet. So you have to think about some of those things, and I think us in the room have to do that, and I'm certainly putting it out there that I am open to doing work with people that want to kind of, I guess, close the gap between getting into an organization, and what are some of those things that we can do, and I see on the Road to Succeed link, there's a mentorship opportunity, so maybe that's one way to do it, but I admit it, I think there's plenty of opportunity.
Okay, Sandy's going to kill me. I think we've had a very fruitful panel discussion, and the ladies will be available after this to take further questions and engage with you and sign checks. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you to the ladies. You guys were really amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ladies. I think when the tech wasn't taken, we should have just jumped straight to these panels, because I see people are itching to ask questions as well. Our panelists are being so generous with their knowledge. So just quick things that I picked up. Speak up, speak up, speak up, whether you're an entrepreneur or whether you're a woman within corporate. The other thing I picked up is challenge assumptions. We sit very comfortably in our air-conditioned offices and make assumptions about women and what women want, but actually we find there are no women in the room. So let's challenge our assumptions. I like the notes around setting each other up for growth. So where you see a gap, just don't be like, these entrepreneurs, they're not showing up. You know, how about you call somebody to the side and say, if I were the decision maker, this is what I'd be looking for, and these are the things that you need to put in place. So really some great learnings. I think we can jump straight into our second panel, and I'd like to call upon, in fact, let's start by introducing what the topic is. The topic is backing female entrepreneurs and action for inclusive business. Backing female entrepreneurs and action for inclusive business. I'm going to call onto our stage our panelists. I think we need a little bit of a practice run. I'm going to call their name and I'm going to call their title. Then you clap, then they come up, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, Balis Tole, marketing manager at Tiger Brand. Awesome. I'd like to call up on the stage Wasim Karim, the Chief Executive Officer at NYDA. Welcome, Wasim. Next up, I'd like to call upon Nikara Young, the Head of Product Development at Live Healthcare. You guys are being switched on. This is good. Welcome, Nikara. Third, I'd like to call upon Lungile Ngini, the Chief Information Officer at Sasa Group. Welcome, Lungile. I'd like, last but not least, to call Gerald Tinonetana, the Chief of Staff at ITC. And And then finally, the lady of the moment, I like to call her boss lady, the CEO that mops the floors and puts on the mics. I'd like to call Sandy Sosbisi, who's going to be moderating our next time.
Monday, and one of the questions I won't say who from the panelists said, "Do you want us to be like honest at this stage or just be just?" And I said, "No, I want us to be honest." And I said, "I mean, all of you guys are chosen respectively on this panel because you've I'll list them out." So Gerald has firstly got me like I met Gerald in 2019 at the World Economic Forum. And then he subsequently involved me to firstly attend SA Investment Conference, where I met a couple of Anglo people, City people, black industrials as well. I met a couple of other people there. And last year I spoke at, this year I spoke at SA Investment Conference, also available by him. And I never signed a contract for the time that I met there because I was speaking on the panel and the client came to me and said, I know about you, can you please come and see me? And we had a meeting. And I mean, that thing happened like 3 months ago and it's happening. So really, no financial return and no financial direct input, but just the value of that. But he did give me a call during the pandemic. We were out and dry, we just started with no clients, like, just come and help us with IDC app thing. So he can sign some checks as well if you're over. Louis and Philly was actually how we met former Accenture colleague. He was obviously hi there, but he had what we call a WBS. WBS is like a work breakdown structure. Basically, a cost center. It means Imali called a pile. He sponsored one of our conferences. Rose will know we used to like hustle for those things. We'll tell you about it at the end of the day. But he really contributed to one of our women's conferences. This is back in 2014 or whatever the year was. And subsequently today, last 2 weeks ago, I was moderating a CIO panel, also available by him, and also looking to potentially do something with that as well. So really, I mean, he is a special person. How cute for you. And then Wasim and I met. What did I meet for? Yes, yeah, wait, 19 to 19. And I was struggling with some, like, hey, why they owe me money? Like, really owe me money? And I was not getting paid or something. And then I spoke to him, and then I think a couple of weeks later it was sorted. And then subsequently that I've done workshops for his organization. And it's just really been a great friend to have, like, if I want to know some insight, like what's happening on the load shedding schedule, like when it's still like banning alcohol again, he has the insight for me as well. So really just like a great, we've actually become friends of it. We fight a lot. So yeah, and then Nikara, I was like, just how I met Swazi, literally on LinkedIn, told the CFO and the manager what I do. And he said to me, speak to this lady. You can see Nikara looks nothing like us, all of us here. And I think it's amazing how someone that looks nothing like us, that just backs us up. I mean, she would like scratch the word for me. Like, she's like, this is not really what you demonstrated on your pitch, but I think maybe you can do this piece of work, just get it done. And I mean, that's like when you write for a startup. So I think it's something really phenomenal. So yeah, just give it up for Nikara. So I guess for me, I would like us to just be honest, and they will tell you, I do mess up. Like they quickly just give me a call, they're like, don't say that thing again. You know? So they can be honest, and you can hear about my mistakes. So happy for that. I think I want to just maybe ask them one question for myself, and then I'll allow you guys to interact because I could see that there are other people who also have questions as well. So my question is allowed to also just reintro yourself. That intro wasn't as amazing as I thought it was. So you can reintro yourself. So my question is really around, and I think the previous panel spoke about it as well, this thing around, you know, going into a room and there's a project coming up and they say, because this is how they do it, because I was a corporate as well, which is like, guys, we need a supplier for this project, let's do this. And then the group of people will say, no, I know XYZ, I know PLK, I know ABC. And then from there, just by the virtue of someone knowing you, then you become, you know, in the position to get that work. And so when they, and you will say, I know PwC, Accenture, EY, etc., who does the same work that I do. And then, like, they will come and say, no, I know COOi Studios. was like, who's that? And then I was like, go the case, this amazing company. And by the way, COOi doesn't have any names. I'm the only executive COOi. There's this amazing lady called Sandy who works there, full of energy. And that's like start building a case for you. And then that's the first case. The second case is around supply chain. You need to come up with really these bombastic forms to fill in and all these effort. And by that time, maybe sometimes I haven't even completed my financial statements and other days because it costs money to do cases, right? So yeah, I'll stop there. You can start. Wait, so Mike. There's another mic missing. Anyone may start. Why are you nervous now? The question is around. Sorry, I'm so sorry. So the question is really around what do you guys do in the boardroom and how can we support you? So maybe explain to us your part. I think what's most important for us to know what is our part in that whole thing. Also being mindful that I'm not in an organization. And in that room of 10 people, I actually only know you. And so what do you guys have to do? And what can I do from the outside that can support your case to further go through? Sorry.
All right.
Say this on.
All right. I'll start. It's an interesting question because firstly, you should know that maybe in my cost center, the product I want to buy, we don't supply it. So I can support it. And I think we've talked about that. 60 or so cost centers. So most of the purchasing at times, I don't even know that people are buying those things. That's the first thing. We're a state-owned company, so we've got an animal-owned PFMA. So we have to do PFMA. So now, as a buying manager now, if I want to buy a product, I think the previous speaker spoke about it. I need to manage a risk of saying, if I give you the work, I will not be able to deliver, and I will not be able to embarrass you. So I go through all those stuff, right? Then in the end, it's when I say, okay, if I think the risk is small, I can try to give you the opportunity. But if I think the risk is high, then I need to go to someone who has got experience, someone with insurance, someone who has done it a million times before. So now, to come to your question, what is it that you need to do to support us? So I think firstly, you need to be honest, like to say, this I can do, this I cannot do. That's the first thing. The second thing, you need to learn to partner. Right? So in some cases, I will not be able to give you, say, a contract for 20 million, because it's a high risk for me. But if you go and say, okay, I've partnered with, I don't know, 70%, right? Then you become a subcontractor, it reduces my risk, then I'll be able to give you the work. So what you're supposed to do, you need to create networks of people you can partner.
I like the way you put that story, but I just want to start almost by saying that over in the group CIO for Sasso, to say that I'll have 4 billion worth of the budget, of which 75% of that budget is not as discretionary, which means that budget is already allocated to the existing suppliers. So when I took over as a transformative leader that I think I am, I went to all my suppliers. I said, my suppliers, you shall now give me PWO and all of that. There is no way I'm increasing your contract. So the suppliers, I just want to tell you a story to show how difficult it is, even for transformative leaders like myself. As I said, I am. And then, so they came to me and said, hey, Luke, my name is Whipple. Here is a position. My name is HCL. Here is a position. My name is Deloitte. I said, wow, I'm really going to transform South Africa because all my suppliers have came back with a proposition. So then I evaluated that, the empower decks, all of those things that you have to do. And I said, once I'm done with this thing, that means by December 2019, I'm going to be top in SASO as an organization that supports BWO and every other thing. Yes, indeed. By June 2020, I was right at the top. All my suppliers had complied. And then 2022, I would say, okay, you've passed all of these things. Can I see the type of individual that you have trained within this process? Because this BEE and BWO, it becomes so complex and technical between their lawyers, my lawyers, and then at the end, you want to go to sleep and thinking that you've done something very well. So as it is now, 2023, I obviously get the reports from my suppliers in terms of what they've achieved, but I do not see how they have helped the younger generation to be able to get what they've got. But they've met all the compliance. So when SASO reports on their scorecard, I'm right at the top in terms of the percentage compliance with the overall budget. But yet, when I go to sleep, I'm not as happy as I was in 2021 because what we are achieving, even with that aspect that one has put together, is not as impactful as I want to. So again, that's another learning in terms of what do I do differently now in 2023. So I'm rethinking the strategy in terms of what is it that I want to do. And I'm so happy that I've got Ayanda Fuzi in the room, who just joined. I didn't know that she was going to come here, who's really driving a part of my strategy to say, how do we bring in small companies and how do we grow them? Because it does appear to be a very deliberate plan that one needs to take to think about. But obviously, my 75% is still non-discretional. So I still need to have a plan in terms of how do I make sure that when I engage my larger suppliers, I engage them with a view of at least being clear on the purpose of why I want, how I'm going to measure it, and how I'm going to see it through. So if I can't see within a year the people that were not doing well in business are now doing well, then I will not do that. And Ayanda is also going to help me to put those criteria that we need to put into our larger business. So I think in the larger organization, sometimes you get so much to the top that you're not able to influence the right thing. But one will trust that the senior managers like Ayanda will always carry in terms of what is it that I want to achieve.
Thanks. Sandy. So she won't tell you that the first time she started shouting. I was talking to the VC of UCT at the World Club. She said, "You're the CEO of MIDA. You didn't pay my invoices." So I'm glad she mentioned people's skills at the start. I've seen it improve considerably over time. She still won't stop wearing sneakers with her suits. But I think, what are the conversations in the boardroom? I think having met Sandy so initially, what kind of is her value proposition? She has energy, she has passion. That clearly comes across. Right? I think those things help to get you in the room, they help to get you noticed. But it's your ability to actually deliver quality projects. I like who she is, but before I give her exposure to work in the organization, I give her exposure to my people, she must be able to deliver. I think that goes for any company. And I think there is a degree of flexibility when you work with institutions to say, you are a startup and you may need more money up front to be able to thrive, and you may need a bit more flexibility to be able to work. But I think ultimately it has to come down to delivery. I think the way government plans is that we have very long-term strategic projects that go out into bidding processes and things like that there. And I think there's value in people. Of course, we know there are many challenges with government's tendering system. But I can't tell you the amount of times people get overlooked for work just because they don't meet, minor requirements and they don't take necessary quality into account. I think a lot of people are missing out on large pools of resources and projects that you could deliver on for small mechanical issues, right? And I really, people who are in business and want to do business with government, there's really a lot that you could offer. I can't tell you the number of tender processes that don't go through because you can't find people. I'm sure that there's a lot of them in the room today. And then you have more kind of shorter projects, ad hoc kind of work, right? And I think there it's important to be in the knowledge base of people. So to know you are a go-to person. And that requires you as a startup or a scale-up business to be agile in nature. Right? Because sometimes we want to contact you in different ways. Sometimes you come through a normal procedure process. Other times you're contracted through an agency. Sometimes we need you to work as an independent contractor. And I think having that flexibility to be able to work in an agile fashion really will allow you to pick up a lot. Because there's a lot of ad hoc work, especially in my space, youth development, which is an ever-changing situation. Yeah? And then I think the last point is that you kind of have to maximize, once you've got a relationship with any of the colleagues here, you have to maximize your relationship with that person. So I have access to another 28 CEOs who, we have a retreat every quarter or whatever else, and I pass on people that I think are doing good quality work. Right? And maximizing that relationship is critical. I know it's a cliche, but really, the most valuable thing to you in your life is the people you have in your phone. And I think generating a return on investment in that is very important.
Thank you. Over to you, Nicole. Thank you.
Thanks, Cindy. So, and excellent points have been made. I think what I'll add to that is, building on the point around delivery, right? It really starts with going back to basics of being a startup and understanding kind of what is the market need that you're serving, who are the customers that are going to buy your product or your services, and how do you market yourself most effectively to them, right? Like to the point around, when you're an unknown entity, it's really difficult to get a foot in the door to compete against larger companies. So really understanding where you can place yourself, particularly if there's a white space in the market, how you can differentiate and put together a value proposition that might be different to a company that is similar to you, might be larger, have more resources, have more credentials, etc. And how you place yourself, right? Next to that, those other entities to differentiate. For example, startups usually can be a lot more flexible and a lot more agile, right? And can come at a significantly lower cost than more established enterprises. So being able to actually demonstrate to your potential clients that you have that agility and the flexibility, like I did with Cindy's and making her dance around doing different types of projects, is a great way to establish yourself up front. But then it comes down to the delivery and doing the work. When you get your foot in the door, when you get your first chance, you really have to go over and above, right? And be over prepared and actually over deliver. right, so that your clients come back asking for you time and time again. And what I will kind of leave you with in terms of this point is around sponsorship. So a lot has been said during the session around mentorship. Mentors play a critical role in your career in terms of imparting knowledge and key skills and understanding the ins and outs of the industry. Actually, sponsors are people that can be even more important than mentors in accelerating your career. Those are the people that are going to advocate for you behind closed doors, are going to bring your name up in rooms that nobody might actually be mentioning or knowing you. So really kind of to summarize and synthesize, understanding your customer and the market need that you're serving, understand what's your key value proposition and the credentials of how you're going to showcase that, showing up, building networks, establishing yourself, and then when you get that chance, grab a hold of it and really over-prepare and over-deliver so that you can build enduring client relationships.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to allow the mic. Okay, we get a food for who was the first person to say? No one. Okay. Yes. Literally 30 seconds. I'll start humming.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mandy Zangonan. I'm the founder of Rubik's Media. We are in the outdoor media space. I also am actively involved in the Women Empowerment Space as a Business Women's Association and the Women Economic Assembly. And my point is mostly based on what Ubabuni said, but I think it applies to most of the panelists. In 2019, there was a proclamation of minimum 40% set aside for women-owned businesses across both public and private sector procurement. So I do understand that there are previous bigger entities or suppliers that you have within your organizations, but how then do you meet women and start giving them that minimum 40% that should really come to them? Because what generally happens is we get in the door, but the value of the contracts that we receive always remain at a minimum. How do we ensure that as we grow businesses, we take into consideration various legislative frameworks, but also support women in growing their businesses to that level? Because true, as a startup, I won't get there and take 40% on day one. But what is the long-term journey you take with me, knowing that I deliver, knowing that the systems are in place? What is the long-term journey you take with me as a business to get me to that level of a pro vantage, for example?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Delisa Didiza from Contracts Innovations, which is a location intelligence business. My question is, we're in a space that a lot of people that need us don't know that they need us. And a lot of times I'm finding that we are asked to do use cases pro bono. I'm an SME, I don't have an R&D budget. Where do I start? So I would like to pose that to you. One, maybe do you have an R&D budget we could partner up on? Or how does one navigate that? Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Master Chairman from Embedding Impact. We're a ESG and sustainability advisory company, but I also happen to have another company that provides mining services. And my question is actually to Rudy around what I call the great experiment of BEE, right? And yeah, because what happens, right, is he starts having a transformation agenda, right? And in the space where you're working in, it's these big billion rand or hundreds of millions contracts, right? And so you know that to get black people into those contracts, we've got to have some marriages, right, between these white companies and the small black company. But there's not always a good facilitation of these marriages. So what changes are happening in that space, acknowledging the fact that some of these marriages are on paper only and there's no actual relationship between the partners, right? Never mind that the other partner in the marriage, right? He's got the experience, he's got the capital. He also has the network within your organization with all the finance, the contract support, etc., that I don't have. And so there's an imbalance in the relationship that affects my ability to grow and transcend this relationship and be a standalone entity.
Just looking at the time too, I'd like you guys to network as well. There's just 1 minute, 1, 2, 3, done. Okay, 30 seconds.
So I came from a corporate and I was really lucky that I built networks internally and get opportunities there to go back and do stuff for the business I worked for. But the one thing I realized in corporate is there isn't anyone in procurement who sends out to mine for other small businesses that can bring services in. So it's always a situation of I know a person or somebody will be like, oh, I saw this on social media, they can provide the service. So our corporate's investing in people internally or resources who can go out and mine small businesses that can provide these services, then rely on, I know someone, or here's a company that we partner with as a large corporate supplier. So are those changes happening to find those people?
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Vanessa Jaja. I work for a family business that is focused in the electrical and chemical engineering industry. And my question, I think, is targeted to everyone on the panel. I just want to find out, in the boardrooms, when you're having discussions, what are you doing to support women who are over 35 years old? Because I know sometimes the focus is on the youth to say 35 is a threshold and anything beyond that, we're not really focusing on that. So what are you guys doing to try and support women who have their aha moments after 35 years?
Hello, my name is Evie Nkagama from SNR Communications, an outdoor advertising company as well. So my question is directed to everybody at the panel. In my space, a male-dominated industry, so there's a whole lot of men in the industry that are operating. You find that even when, as a female that I am, when I do get an opportunity to get a contract at these big companies, it's always limited, like very limited. And when you get it, it's like you're almost expected to be very grateful for the little, I don't want to call it crumbs, but it is, and it's very disheartening because with the huge corporates, normally the advertising budgets are public knowledge. We know how much the multi-millions of rands that are out there that are supposed to be spent, and it's even more disheartening when it's brands that we consume as Black people, So I just want to find out how we can do things, or how you guys can help us to change how things are at the moment in that space. Thank you.
I can go.
No, I just want to know how are we going to tackle the question?
Oh, yeah. Matilda did a smart thing. She's like one response per panelist. So I know there were like 5. So 6. So just like what I can do is give each person 2 minutes to respond. How about that? And then you can pick the one you're going to respond to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll respond to the one about women over 35. So, look, to be frank, I think that from my experience, there has been a tremendous focus on gaining kind of gender parity and diversity, and especially opportunities for Black females, regardless of age. I haven't, in my experience, seen, any kind of, I guess, differentiation between an under or over 35, which is, I think, a positive thing, but the other panelists might have a different experience.
Yeah, thanks. So when you say that, actually works in my favor. Because it's in my position to say there should be more opportunities for you under the age of 30. I went into a community the other day and I get charged yeah, everything is just for young people now. There's nothing, for older people. You guys are only doing it. And I guess It's a big question. But I think from a government perspective, at least there's a massive focus on women in particular and persons with disabilities. That's a big focus area for all of us, incorporating those into the supply chain. I think the majority of the questions were largely generic in nature. Right? So I'll respond with advice, and it's my own personal advice that I can offer. But it's everybody's personal choice about how you choose to go down your business. I thought there's a really interesting question about doing pro bono work, right? And about receiving counsel and contracts and things like that. So I think when you're starting out, and I often have this conversation with employees, is to say, I had to with someone in the organization who feels strongly that the managers are using them and they're doing things that are not within the scope of their jobs. And I said, go and talk to a lot of leaders out there. And the majority of them will tell you that they got to where they were by doing things that were not in their job description. But it's a very personal choice that you need to make. We live in a generation where you have rights and responsibilities, and you have things that you are entitled to. And you have to decide for yourself where you're willing to push the envelope in terms of getting started. How much pro bono work you're willing to do to get your foot in the door. But the one thing that I can offer is to say, if you feel, I don't think there's anything wrong with giving a partial amount on the first one, and maybe a third. But if you feel that's the consistent approach, then you need to do something about it. Yeah. But I can also tell you that if you don't speak up for what you want, no one will ever know. You can submit as many reports, documents as you want. The majority of people that I was listening to actually came and spoke to me, said I feel it was unfair, I feel like I deserve more work. So putting yourself out there, making your case, is often the best way to go and advance your own agenda. But how you choose to do that is very much about you, your personal entrepreneurship. And it's a choice I think each of us needs to make as we move out of this
All right. I think one of the consistent questions on what do you do with that is important. So, from our side, normally we start writing APIs, tough transformation APIs. So almost our procurement budget is which is biggest in our side. On all the exec, they would say tough transformation APIs. So at the implementation point, it's where the execution will happen. That's the first point. The second point maybe I might share this advice is for us. I think more opportunities are in the funding side. So if you also come in, if you look at our corporate plan, which would stick targets, I think we allocate about 4 to 9 billion. That is supposed to be allocated towards the. But what I'm trying to happen is that at times we do this big project, so by the end of the year, we see that we actually how to allocate that capital. So from our side, I would say, yes, there are procurement opportunities, but they are not as big as actually funding opportunities.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions have been answered from the pro bono to how to go towards the 40% that I'm entitled to marriages within the larger companies, both in support and media limited eating clubs. So obviously you operate within a certain tough environment that we need to acknowledge. And then secondly, I really like some of the comments that are made. That even if you find transformation leaders, obviously their business is not to think about you, unfortunately. Their business is to think about what is it that they need to do for their business. So if there was any parting shot that summarizes a number of the items that are here, but obviously there is something that a large organization ought to be doing to figure out how to make the environment a little bit better, how to create those marriages. I've appointed somebody within my IT organization, in your question, whose focus is just on this, to make sure that we drive the agenda. They go and evaluate companies outside of the traditional, and we sponsor those companies to go in. But every time you look back, what difference am I making? 20 million? How big is my budget? So every time you look back, you realize that there's still a long way that we can think about it as well. But I think that the measure is on you, unfortunately. Because as I said, no matter how important you think you are, I don't think about you all the time. I think about, hey, we need to deliver the results on the 23rd of August. We need to support the results announcement in this way. So that's what I think about. So I found that the entrepreneurs make some certain mistakes, especially when they come to engage me. Firstly, they don't spend enough time to understand what is the role that this person they're speaking to is doing in the organization. And they don't sufficiently ask in terms of what's the role, how do you interact with three of your businesses, so that they can understand what relationship from you is going to deliver. Obviously, I try to be as transparent, but sometimes it just does not go through. The second mistake that they make is that they always emphasize that, hey, you need to help black women. Hey, you need to help me because I'm black. When you do that, because you must remember that I am building with both conscious and unconscious biases as a leader. So I'm thinking, he mentioned this 3 times, that I must help her or him because he's black. That means he might not deliver. But if you put that just away from any conversation and focus on the outcome that you say you are going to deliver, it then overcomes my own conscious and my own unconscious bias, because I know what is it that I'm going to get. Don't tell me what I know already. I can see you're black. So why even put that as something that we need to consider? So the last thing, unfortunately, on that pro bono stuff that you spoke about, what makes it easy for me to do work with Deloitte, Accenture, BCG, and all of those companies is because they come and say, hey, here is your problem. Here is what you think about the problem. And then I said, no, that's not a problem. And then they come back and say, okay, what is the problem? And I said, okay, my problem is X, Y, Z, W. And then they said, okay, we'll come back. And they come back, here's the problem. I said, no, that's not my problem. And then they come back. And then they come back after 4 times. They've made my problem. And they've put in a proposal. It's up to me what I do with a proposal. But they've made sure that it's kind of aligned with what I want. And so that's where I'm saying that you are right about that pro bono work. The only way you could advance it is what Wasim said, that talk. Say, hey, I would like to do something pro bono. I would be able to illustrate that we can achieve this. But I don't necessarily have the resources, but I have the intellectual capital to solve the problem. So the more we can make each other vulnerable, the more we can get away from funny conversation to the real conversation. I find that those are the people that have been successful in engaging our organization.
And obviously we need a critical mass, and I still need to emphasize that the big organization needs to really think through how to overcome some of the problems that we have. But keeping, obviously, an individual entrepreneur, you need to think about your own space in terms of how do you get to the top of the pile.
But really, I think the onus is on us to do our part, because what we've done our part, showing up for the meeting, being prepared for the meeting, execute the meeting. When things go wrong, come back and say, shucks, I messed up, we need to fix that. And then also the others, and I think if we do our part right, it makes it so much easier for those who advocate for us. So I hope that is what I got from the session. I wish you all the best of luck in your endeavor. This is the last time you hear from me. And just that from my heart to your heart, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Next time we're gonna put all day and have this conversation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the nerves are making Sandy so want to close immediately. Her and the team have not slept a wink. I left here at 12:30 this morning, and they were still setting up. So on my way home, I was just wondering, I'm leaving at this time. What time are these guys leaving? So I think the nerves are taking over. Thank you so much to our white flags. Yes, the good ideas come right at the end. The people with the white badges, the white flags. Thank you, white flags, for sharing your knowledge with us. But also thank you, pink flags, for the provocations, for me challenging. I think the white flags might have learned some things from you as well, and I think they'll take them with them as they go to the organizations. I'm cognizant of time. I'd just like to call upon the stage Dr. Rose Phillips, who's the founder and CEO of Abundance at Work. And she, along with Sandy, she's one of the longest running executive members of Born to Succeed. So Dr. Rose, if you do, thank you for us, and then I'll come and I promise we'll close. Dr. Rose, thanks so much. Yep.
All right, so it's my distinct pleasure, honor, and privilege to be the one to close the event. Although I don't know why Sandiso gave me the last word, she never gives anybody. So we've spent the morning talking about shoes, and so I will stay with the theme of shoes. We started with COOi and her size 8, and she was talking about Nolita, talking about the shoes that you have to wear. And then we had Ntombi, who was telling you that the reason why our heels don't fit very well is because men don't wear them, so they don't know how to design shoes. And then we had Wasim talking about Sandiso sneakers that she uses to run after everybody. So I thought, let's stick with shoes. There were 2 men from the UK, you might have heard the story. They were sent to deepest, darkest Africa because they were shoe salesmen and they wanted to sell shoes. After 6 months, the one wrote back or phoned back to headquarters in the UK and said, bring me home. They don't wear shoes. The other one also made a phone call and said, please extend my stay. They don't you entrepreneurs love that story. I hate that story. Hate it with a passion. The future, young people, is African. The future customer, the future shoemaker, the future shoe designer is African. We don't need anybody else to come sell us their shoes that don't fit. My message to you is that the job is not to take on somebody else's future. The future's ours, the future's African. Our job is to create our own futures. In fact, our job is not to create our own shoes, our job is actually to create our own paths. Because the future belongs to everybody. And so therefore, let's create the paths that are right for us. I am one of the first people that started Born to Succeed. It was the first day back at Accenture after the new year. And Sandiso wanted to see me. Now these conversations can usually go quite badly because people have that New Year's resolution moment where they woke up and they said, I'm resigning. I get lots of those when I was at Accenture. So I thought, oh, okay, it's going to be one of those again, having a strong cup of coffee. This young lady is coming to resign. And she has that epiphany. Turns out Sandiso did have an epiphany. Her epiphany was, Rose, I want to start Born to Succeed here with the help of Accenture. Please help me. Now those moments happen in many of our lives. Those moments happen at the church, in the community hall, at a cup of tea or coffee, in a mall somewhere, or even in an office. And my job at that conversation was to use my power, the power conferred me by the organization that I was at, to use that power to empower. Sandiso's job was to use her power to create more power. And I guess you can all agree with me that that is what she has done. She has used her power to create more power. Because I always say it's not just your job to rise, it's also your job to lift as you rise. So now I'm going to end with a story, and it's not always that easy to rise. Not always that easy to be your best self. Sometimes, and especially for women, but most of us that are born with dark skins on this continent, it gets tough, and you feel down, and you feel hopeless. It couldn't have been easy for Sandiso to keep standing and build to what she has built today. I know there were more no's than there were yeses, but she knew that if she waited long enough, a no is just the start of the conversation. A no is not the end of the conversation. So I'm going to end with this story. It should have been my resignation letter, but I was a little bit more diplomatic, so this is not how I actually wrote my resignation letter. But I wanted to. I wrote something else. I just wrote, I resigned. I just wrote, I resigned. But this is what I should have written. And I look at this once in a while when I've had enough. And so I'm going to share it with you. I don't share it very often. I'm only sharing it in moments where I believe it will be of value to those that come after me. I'm in my 50s now, so I can say, most of you come after me. I am Auntie Rose, after all. So this is what I actually wrote, and then did not share it. I run, I see the line, but I just cannot seem to cross it. That's the title. I cannot seem to cross that line between success and failure, that elusive line, that constantly moving line, that line with double standards, that line that you men have crossed and continue to cross so effortlessly. For you, crossing the line is inevitable, the birthright. You need do nothing more than just show up. I run, I see the line that I just cannot seem to cross it. Do I have to be more aggressive, more sarcastic, more arrogant, more win-lose oriented for my work to be endorsed? Why do you make it so hard for me? You cannot seem to disassociate me from the woman who went on her knees to clean your floors, the woman who carried you on her back. You loved her dearly, but you knew her as the maid, as a servant. She did not work that hard for little pay and no recognition, so you can be successful. She cleaned your floors, loved you as her own, so I. And yet here I am, still no better than a servant. Denied success, denied respect, denied recognition, there to help you shine, but condemned for wanting to share that same limelight, to reap the same rewards for hard work that seem to so easily be granted you. I'm tired of the apron of oppression, tired of begging to be heard, tired of speaking to a vacuum, tired of the uncomfortable silences. I no longer beg your pardon. I no longer apologize. You are no longer spared my anger. Enough is enough. This is where I draw the line, my own line. My line does not discriminate. My line is embracing. My line values all voices. My line appreciates all. My line grows. My line has no beginning. My line has no end. My line is a circle. So in that moment when Santiso came to me, I remember these moments. My line is a circle. And sometimes the job is to be the one that closes the circle. And sometimes the job is to be part of that circle of a safety net for when somebody else falls and you are there to catch them. So don't just rise, lift as you rise, but do rise. And on that note, thank you for being here, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Sandiso, for creating this moment.
My goodness, Dr. Rose, that's a tough act to follow. You could have just closed it right there. Thank you so much for sharing your heart so vulnerably with all of us. We've had all the shoe analogies. The thing about being the MC is that now you must try and find a way to close everything off. I think Dr. Rose made it really easy for me. I just wanted to throw in now a handbag analogy, right? Lady in pink, as you are looking through your handbag. No, you just gave the inspiration. The handbag analogy, I'm always quite amazed and in awe how men can just have their parties and their wallets in their pockets and they're good to go. Meanwhile, we've got a handbag like this, and I promise you, you could pull a house out of my handbag. That's how much stuff there is in there. So using that handbag analogy, I want to say all of the speakers today, the panelists, all of the people that were asking questions, they were all putting stuff into each of our handbags. To the gentlemen, you also have man bags today, so I'm being inclusive. They were pouring into each of our handbags, and that thing is full today. But my challenge as we leave this place to you would be, make sure that you're emptying out that handbag of all the things that you learned today, of all the aha moments that you got today, and ensure, at least by the end of this week, that your handbag is empty. Yeah? Thank you so much. In closing, I want to honor what all of the speakers have said. The golden thread was speak up, speak up, speak up. And I want to honor some people that actually were really, really brave. And they walked the talk, and they spoke up, and they asked questions, and they came up when they were not prepared to be up here on stage. So we've got some awesome lazy makoti gifts. Thank you so much. Even after we put you on the spot, you still opened your handbag and said, here are some gifts. So I want to honor some of the people that spoke up first. Lufuna, would you please come up on stage to get one of the prizes? Can we give Lufuna a round of applause? Thank you so much. And I think having seen your story and seen that video, people are now aware that this is a real thing. These are lives that are being touched. And even if you just touch one life, it makes a world of difference. So thank you for being brave, and we wish you well in your endeavors. The second prize, I'd like to give the pink flag who asked the first question to Sister COOi. Sorry, your name is getting, yes. Kamo, please come up on stage. Thank you for being brave. And I assume at Sister COOi's level, she gets a lot of tough questions, but I think that was a particularly tough one. So thank you for being brave and speaking up and allowing her to share with us the way that she did. Last but not least, the lady right in front. When you were asking for one question, you were hitting 3 at a time every time you had your hand up. So we want to honor that as well. I didn't get your name. Lonel with the 3 questions. Awesome. And then we just want to say a very big thank you to our sponsors at The Nest. I call it The Nest because I recently fell out of The Nest. But Nestle, who really played a big role in terms of putting the event today together. So, Fanny Ubaboja for it, we said, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that is all for today. We've kept you long enough. We've prepared a really great meal out there. So kindly join us. For all the people that are online, if you're still online, if you're not doing your work by this point, thank you as well for joining us, and until next time. Thank you.